Alright, so I'm doing something a little bit different. Obviously, as you can see, it's still a speedrun, and this section will still follow the same general format that you're probably used to. But, after the speedrun that you're going to watch now, I'm going to continue this character in a series where I'm planning on trying to, currently the goal is like AOTC, like get a character to AOTC from scratch with no external help from either like my main characters or, I don't know, like account-wide achievements or something like that, or friends. So this is kind of like a new player experience type of thing. Like, how easy would it be for a new player to... I'm just going to hop in here so those spell effects stop going. But how easy would it be for a new player to start from scratch and get to AOTC, let's say? I'm still, obviously, on the side continuing with my warrior, so this isn't like the first time I'll get AOTC. By the point when I've gotten this character AOTC, it'll probably be after my warrior's already gotten it, because my warrior's 9 out of 10 heroic, and at this point I'm just a bit too lazy to look for Sylvanas pugs right now. So we'll see about that. But this character, I want to do no external influences, no mailing gold over, and as a result, I'm leveling this character on Illidan. So there's really no speedrun advantage to Illidan. There's also really no speedrun advantage to Mage, at least not a troll mage on... not a troll mage on Horde, I guess. Technically speaking, you can argue that Mage is decent for Alliance, but even then I wouldn't consider it the best. But on Horde, there's just no advantage to it. Even Nightborn Mage, like, I can't see that being better. Anyways, I'm gonna just, like, do the speedrun as normal. I really don't see how this will be different than any of my other speedruns. There's obviously a few minor things, like, I'm gonna be using heirlooms, just because even though this is going to be a new player experience on a realm where I don't have gold, so I won't have, like, flying, at least not until I have the gold, and I won't have, like, goblin gliders and all that, like, fancy stuff. But I can't... well... I was going to say, I can't stop the fact that I have access to heirlooms. I could just not use them, but at the end of the day, the important part of this isn't how long it takes me to level. I already did a video a while back, which, I mean, I'll link it in the description in case anybody hasn't seen it. But I did a leveling speedrun with no heirlooms. The video I uploaded was just the highlights of that, but really it's not that interesting. It doesn't add to the experience, it just makes things take much longer to kill. And by the time you reach max level, you're already phasing out your heirlooms anyway. You never carry over them until max level at this point, so it doesn't really affect anything whatsoever. I guess I'm also going to have Shadowlands flying, so that will speed up the leveling experience slightly. I'm not going to force myself to stay grounded. I think that would just be dumb, so I'm just going to accept the fact that once I get to Shadowlands, I will have account-wide flying. I am still going to try to use as many speedrun tricks as possible. I mean, obviously, I won't be able to prepare for it ahead of time, like I can't mail myself over stuff, but once I get the gold, I might buy some goblin gliders. Probably not gun shoes, because they are very, very pricey. But, you know, we'll see. I'll buy, obviously, bags when I can afford them. The usual stuff. But yeah, also... real quick, so before I hop into it, I'll probably, just to make it easier for people, put a skip to the start of the run thing. But I want to quickly discuss why I'm picking Mage, specifically. So Mage, and I'm going to be going with Arcane, not just now, but all the way until max level. And that's what I'm going to try to do AOTC with, specifically just Arcane, nothing else. So Arcane is, first of all, a spec that I've always found interesting, but I've never actually played, like, at all. I think I got a Mage to max level in not BFA, Legion, and then I, like, never played it again. I hit 100, and then I just stopped playing it. But it always seemed cool to me, and especially now, seeing how powerful it is, especially with the Kyrian stuff, I really want to try it out. But I have no idea how to actually play it. Now, I've gone ahead and done some external research on the Mage Discord, etc. I wanted to kind of figure out the basics of how it plays so that I understand what I'm doing while I level instead of just figuring out all on the fly. And generally speaking, that's just how I enjoy playing. I don't like to just figure things out on my own. I do like to do a bit of research beforehand to get a good grasp of the fundamentals, and then I can understand the flow of the rotation once I know what I'm supposed to be doing, so I can guide myself in the right direction. I think in that sense, this series might be enlightening for people who are trying to learn a new class, because I've played most classes in this game. I'll go over which ones I have and haven't, but point being, I've played a lot of stuff. And I'd like to think I've mastered, like, most tank specs to the point where I've gotten a rank 1 parse, or in many cases multiple rank 1 parses on Guardian Druid, Vengeance DH, a lot on Vengeance DH, Prot Warrior, Brewmaster Monk, just those, in terms of rank 1 parse levels. And obviously, parses, tank parses, not the end-all be-all of how you can be a good tank, but, I mean, I've also done mythic progression on all 4 of those tanks. I've also done a bit of mythic progression on a protection paladin, but not as much as the other 4 that I mentioned. And admittedly, I've never actually, like, mastered protection paladin. I've gotten it into the range where I can get, like, orange parses. Same with Blood DK. Admittedly, I've been very open about the fact that I dislike how Blood DK plays currently. Actually, ever since Legion, really. But I also mained Blood DK for a very, very, very long time. It was like my main for all of MoP and all of Blood, basically. So that's a class that I have a lot of history with. But yeah, I've played a bunch of different specs, even DPS specs. I've gotten, not rank 1s, but like top 5 parses with Windwalker, Havoc DH, I think in terms of rank or top 5 parses, that's all I've really done, but I've gotten orange parses with numerous classes, Hunter, Arms Warrior, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of different classes that I've played, basically. In fact, just going through it, I've played a lot of Warrior, obviously, I mentioned every tank. Mostly Arms, historically. I haven't played a lot of Fury. I've tried it, but it hasn't been something I've enjoyed. I've played all 3 Hunter specs, yes, including Survival, and I've mentioned this before, but in case you haven't heard it, Survival is actually my favorite Hunter spec. I know, not a very traditional opinion, but the next character that I'm going to be putting in a leveling video will actually be a Survival Hunter. I am really eager to try Survival Hunter in Shadowlands. I know it's not great, but I still want to try it, because I love Survival, honestly. I've actually never played Rogue. I've tried to play it, so it's not like I've never touched it, but I've never played Rogue, like, at a competitive level whatsoever. I've always leveled one, tried it out a bit, and just said, this isn't for me. I can't even really describe what it is about Rogues that I dislike. It just, the playstyle doesn't suit me. I really don't know what else to say there, honestly. As far as Priest goes, I've tried Shadow, and I don't like it. I generally dislike Doc classes. In fact, Warlock is the only class that I have never, ever had at max level, and that's because I've looked into how it plays, and I've never found Warlock to be interesting. I know a lot of people are ride or die Warlock mains. I'm not saying it's a bad class, but the, like, casters I'm generally not a fan of, and dot casters especially, I really, 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 really hate. In fact, when I played Priest, I pretty much only played healer. I played a bit of Disc and a bit of Holy. Never at a competitive level. Healers are something that I've never really played. Ironically, the only healer I've ever killed a mythic boss with, I've killed 2. I killed, back in Antorus, I healed my guild's Iminar prog kill. And then I recently healed my guild's Mythic Kael'thas prog kill, and we solo tanked it. So, that was fun. I actually really enjoyed playing Mistweaver for that. But that is the only healer I've ever really tried to learn and play. I've dabbled in most of them. Played a little bit of Resto Druid, a little bit of Resto Shaman. I don't even want to say a little bit. Barely any Holy Paladin. I tried it like for one patch in Legion and then kind of dropped it. Really, healers just aren't something I enjoy. I've tried them in WoW, I've tried them in other MMOs, and it's just not a thing I enjoy playing. I like doing damage. What can I say? It's just not for me. And then Paladin, obviously, I haven't played Retribution, but I did mention I played Prot. Druid, I've played most specs. Like I said, I dabbled in Resto a little bit. I've played Guardian quite a lot, historically. Balanced Druid, I actually mained for... a few patches in Legion. Well, I wouldn't say mains. I, like, played it equally with Guardian, so I would, like, swap between tank or DPS depending on what, like, the guild I was in needed. And then Feral I've tried. Once again, it's very dot heavy, so not my cup of tea, but I have played it a bit more than, like, other dot classes. And Shaman is something I haven't played a lot. Honestly, Enhance is one of those classes where it's kind of like Arcane Mage for me. It's always seemed interesting, but I've never really played it. Like, I've leveled one and tried it out a bit, but never really gotten into it. And then Demon Hunter, obviously, I've played both Havoc and Vengeance at a competitive level. I've played, as I mentioned, all 3 monk specs at a competitive level, and Death Knight I have played, at least in a Mythic raid setting, all 3 specs. Admittedly, Frost and Unholy and Blood I played a while ago. I haven't played Death Knight in recent years, but for a while there, like a lot of Mop and a lot of WoD, I played like exclusively Death Knight. Did I skip? I think I skipped over Hunter, actually. Hunter was the first character I ever played. I think a lot of people started off with Hunters, because, like, you know, ooh, you get to tame a pet. So when I was 5 years old, I wanted to, like, tame a dog and, you know, name it after my dog or something. So that's what I played for a very, very, very long time. My first ever character was Haraldin, a troll hunter. So there you go. That's where the name came from. That's what I decided to name my YouTube channel and B-tag after. Well, really, it was more... I named my B-tag after that troll hunter, which I haven't played in years. And then I named my YouTube channel after my B-tag, because that's what I had been using for years. So, you know, might as well just keep going with it, right? And then, as I said, Mage. The only spec that I've played a little bit, other than Arcane, is I did play Fire a little bit during Nyalotha, but I was not a huge fan of it. I've pretty much never played Frost. It's just never seemed very interesting to me. Maybe I'll try it if I really get into Mage. I'm not entirely sure, but it just never seemed like something that would really grab my attention, I guess. So I think, like, what I've outlined here is I've played if you don't include healers, which obviously, Mistweaver aside, I've pretty much not played any healer. I've played, like, about 2/3, half of most of the specs in this game. Like, I think it's just, Enhance, LE, Ret, Warlock, S-Priest, Rogue. Okay, so, like, maybe more like half. Yeah. But either way, Arcane Mage is something that I have, like, no experience with. So I think it will be interesting to take a class that I've never played, like, competitively at all before, just the class as a whole. Because, I mean, I mentioned I dabbled with Fire and Nyalotha. That was, like a week, I think. I was in a phase there where I tried a lot of different stuff. Like, I tried Rogue again at that point, didn't like it. I tried Druid at that point, didn't like it. Yeah, Fire Mage was one of those where it was really overpowered because of Fire Blast, and I was like, maybe I'll like this, and then I tried it, and I was like, nope, I don't like this. And then, at the end of all of those tests, I went back to Vengeance DH, because Vengeance DH is usually, like, my anchor. Until this expansion, I finally have given up on that spec. As much as I loved the design for years, and by years I mean ever since Legion, right? Like, it's a new-ish class. They've completely ruined it, in my opinion, in Shadowlands, but I've gone on that rant multiple times. I'm not going to do that again. Honestly, if you want to see my thoughts on Demon Hunter and Shadowlands, just go watch some of my old Shadowlands beta streams. It hasn't really changed since then, at least not my opinion of it. And I basically spend, like, every one of those streams, like, whining about how much I hate the Demon Hunter changes, so, you know, there you go. Anyways, I think I've talked... What's the timer on this? 14 minutes. Jesus Christ, I'm really slow at this. Yeah, if you wonder why I need to write a script for, like, those rating videos and stuff, it's because without a script, those videos would be, like, over an hour long. Like, I have to sit there and spend hours writing a script so that I don't actually talk for longer. It's like, what's the phrase called? Like, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. I think it's... that's the popular phrase or something like that. So I need to spend a shit ton of time to make sure I don't actually ramble. But when I do these speedrun things, the entire point is I'm just fucking rambling, right? Like, if you want to see me do a concise, like, analysis of something, it's going to be in one of those 20-minute videos. If you want to listen to me ramble without a fucking script and talk about whatever comes to my mind, speedruns are generally where I do that. So I'm just going to kind of hop into it. Nice thing is, I don't even need to really plan out anything. I haven't mailed anything over to this character. I haven't done anything special. I'm just jumping right into it. And, you know, that's cool. Ooh, shit. I forgot, where's my timer? Live split. Ah! Forgot to open that. Where is live split? Well, you guys get to watch the cutscene because, while I figure out the timer, technically nothing starts until I skip the cutscene and move my character, so the timer has not started.
A disparate band of races united in their pursuit of freedom, honor, and glory. A horde expedition
set to there we go. What in the hell? Oh, that's super tiny.
New recruit, you have joined a rescue mission departing
that
from Orgrimmar.
Seems good.
Find the lost expedition members and bring them.
Okay, why is camera's like bouncing all over the place? Okay, I can't do any actions or the timer will officially count as being started. So let's no, that's too big. I just want to cover up chat. I usually do that. 2 birds, 1 stone, right? Okay, timer's slightly off screen, but fine. Okay, we'll do it that way. Looks good. All right. And the run starts now. I don't even know why I'm super concerned about the timer. Doesn't matter. I can set up my UI, I don't care. I mean, this technically speaking takes time. But I'll let you guys in on a little secret. Nobody else has done this category. This category is the 1 to 60 category is what I'll be doing. And it's completely open for grabs. So, no matter how bad I do, I'm on world record pace. Which, you know, obviously is kind of stupid, right? But I'll take what I can get.
The horde leaves no one behind.
Okay.
How
do I
need to be ready for anything?
Add-ons? Do I not have like crap, what? I'm completely forgetting what add-ons. I haven't done speedruns in months, right? So I don't remember what add-ons I was using. Was it Leatrix Plus? Was that the name of it? God, no idea. I'm not playing a monk, so I can disable my JoJo soundboard. Don't like that add-on. I think it was Leatrix Plus. Oh, and I guess one thing I will do, even though I am going to use heirlooms, wait, I don't get menus in this part of the tutorial? Well, that kind of sucks. Matrix Plus, right? Automation, automate quests, sell junk automatically, repair automatically, automate gossip. Wait, no, because that one I think gets a bit fucky. Faster auto loot, faster movie skip. Right, we want those. I think that's all I used, right? I'm sorry that I'm taking so long. I need to do this or it's going to drive me insane. I've mentioned this before, but like I have really bad ADD, so if something's fucked with my UI, it'll drive me insane. And I'll just get super distracted and won't be able to focus on the run. So everything needs to be, like, perfect. Or I'll just... Ugh, it'll drive me crazy. Like, I hate these tutorial pop-ups, and I really wish there was a way to skip it. This is the one thing I absolutely cannot stand about the new starting zone. It's so on rails that it's painful. Like, I get that they're trying to help new players, but it's such a pain in the ass for...
We'll spar with you for now.
Oh, I hate
And let's
this.
speak to the crew about the rain.
We will save the
Feels like I'm
expedition.
playing one of
I'll
those
take my position.
fucking Asian mobile games where there's like a million things popping up on my screen. And I guess, can I pop Berserking to speed this up?
Victory or death.
Ooh, look at this. We got the meta speedrun strats for Exile's Reach, which is an actual thing that people speedrun. I mean, hey, I'm not going to sit here and shit talk people, right? Like, you know, if running Exile's Reach is your jam, I guess, like, more power to you. I'm not gonna knock that. I just personally do not understand, right? Like, I've always said that the reason that I enjoy doing speedrunning is that it's, like, practical. I like doing speed leveling because I can, first of all, get more characters. Like, the reason I'm doing this is because I want to have a mage. So, I can get a mage out of the deal. No, it's a win-win scenario, right?
We won't rest until the
And I also think that this is helpful for a lot of people because they can find, like, the most efficient route. So I will just never understand
recruit.
the...
You survived.
I just
We need
feel
to
like
regroup at once. Recover
doing
our
Exile's
supplies.
Reach over and over and
Don't
over.
fight too many Murlocs at once. They're dangerous.
Some speedruns are fun, right? Like, I guess there's... like, some people will be like, oh, well, you can speedrun anything. And, like, that's true. Obviously, I'm not going to say that, oh, why speedrun something just for the sake of it? But, generally speaking, you'll want to speedrun something because it's fun to speedrun, I guess. Like, a lot of people, I think, ask if they can speedrun something and not if they should speedrun something. So... crap, I can't see the stats in any of these because they're so low level. I'm just gonna hope that this is, like, the good stats that I want. And necklace, I want Minari training amulet. Nope, don't want that. Alright, Signet of the Third Fleet, Dread Pirate Ring. That should be everything. What? Really? How do I disable this? Oh my god, it keeps auto-closing my bag. Okay, there has to be something. Interface... In tutorials? Will that please stop it? Thank you for letting me know that I gained 4 inventory slots. Okay. Alright. I fucked that up. And, if you're watching some of the gameplay over the course of this run and thinking, wow, this guy sucks at mage, keep in mind, that's the point. I, generally speaking, have not played casters a lot, mage especially. There we go. I vaguely remember what all my keybinds for mage used to be when I played it, but it has been a very, very long time. Yeah, screw it. I'll use the heirloom mount just because it's like, who cares? Once again, I'm not trying to optimize the leveling route
Focus on our mission.
for like, oh, what would a new player leveling experience be? Once again, I've already done that, right? So, not super concerned.
Quite the storm. Probably
More about the process of starting from scratch. Because then that's the thing, right? Like, if I have to use gold, for instance, to speed up my leveling process, that's less gold that I end up having on max level stuff. So that's something I also need to consider.
for more survivors. Recruit, you and I will push forward.
So I'm basically going to buy the bare necessities. I think goblin gliders are something that really help. While gun shoes are nice, they're honestly not that important, right? Especially by the time I'll be able to afford them. Or afford them. I think I said afford them. Whatever. My brain is like blah. Hey, you can see the time here. This isn't the afternoon. As you might expect, it's 4 a.m. If that surprises you, I don't know why, because I literally never have a proper schedule. At this point, my schedule, really more like my entire life, is just a fucking mess, right? So, I'm just doing whatever I feel like. Hell, the only reason I even planned on doing speedruns in the first place is because I saw how fun the time walking thing looked, and I was like, oh wow, maybe that'll shake up the routing a little bit. Maybe I can not have to spam all of the Covenant quest lines for the millionth time over, and then Blizzard nerfed it literally before I could try it. I was raiding the night that it was discovered, and then I asked one of my friends, like, hey, do you want to spam time walking dungeons, like, in a few hours after I was done with raid? And then the moment we got ready, I checked Wowhead, and there was an article posted saying, oh, Blizzard's applied a hotfix that nerfs the shit. Like, cool. So I guess I won't be doing that. Was pretty disheartening, honestly. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not trying to say that I think it should have been kept in, and I will give Blizzard some credit for applying a buff to time walking after the fact. That said, I think the bigger issue isn't necessarily that time walking was nerfed or that people really want time walking to be an efficient leveling method. That's not the problem. I think the problem that people have is you look at... I think this is just like cast Fire Blast in Melee, right?
Your spells can be used at range. Cast them to crossbow slows your enemy's movement. Good.
Yeah.
Fire Blast's instant cast makes it perfect to use in
What is this advice?
Let's practice this again.
Imagine teaching a new mage that they should only ever use or Fire Blast in melee range. Like, what is that?
Do it one more time before you face
No, that's not the advantage of using instant cast spells. Instant cast spells are useful for using while moving for mechanics. Why the hell would you want to run into melee range to use Fire Blast when you can use it while moving to get further away so that you can cast more Frostbolts? Like, what? I don't understand. It's just, like, there are some pretty shitty tutorials in, what is this? The Island of Exiles, or whatever the fuck they call it, but this is just like some intern who's never played Mage before was tasked with designing an intro Mage quest, and he's like, yeah, that probably is good in melee range. Let's make that the tutorial quest. Like, what? It's just such a basic misunderstanding of class mechanics that it seems kind of bad to use in a tutorial.
I saw no sign of her. Perhaps she evaded capture.
I know this might seem like a minor gripe, but like, it's also not that hard. One of the biggest issues I think a lot of people have with Blizzard is that some of these changes are not difficult to make. It's not hard to do some of these things to make WoW better. I think I got credit, yeah. Like, having a good new player tutorial is, first of all, extremely crucial to having a good game, right? But it's also such a basic change that it just makes no sense that it's not in there. Like, I don't want to be super stereotypical, but look at Final Fantasy. They literally have a multi-stage tutorial level that is completely optional, but, I mean, I did it when I was first starting in Final Fantasy, and at that point, I mean, I already knew, you know, pretty much all the basics to tanking. But I was actually really impressed at how much it taught you. Like, it even basically taught you about mob positioning. Like, it had a tutorial on, oh, as a tank, your job is to, like, group up mobs and make it easier for the DPS to kill them. And I was like, wait, hold on. Is this MMO actually teaching tanks how to do their job properly? Instead of just being like, their tanks reduce their damage taken and don't die so the healers can heal them, and then they hold boss aggro. Like, that's the most generic, watered-down version of what a tank does, and it's what 99% of MMO tutorials will teach you, and Final Fantasy is out here, like, teaching you how to properly line up your AoEs as a tank to hit as many targets as possible to maintain threat, and then teaching you about grouping up mobs to, like, make the DPS have an efficient time AoEing. And I'm like, holy shit. It's almost like the developers actually played a tank and understood what was important, and were like, yeah, this is probably relevant information that a new player would want to understand. and then they put it into a tutorial. I don't know, like, I know that I sound already kind of cynical about WoW. I'm not even being cynical about WoW here, per se, because this is actually more of a, every single MMO fucks this up, and Final Fantasy is the only one that does it right in terms of getting a good new player tutorial out there. And it genuinely impressed me the first time I ever saw it. Like, I could not believe that I was actually seeing it. Where was I? I don't know, I went off on a random tangent again. Oh yeah, so, okay, so the main issue I have with time walking, right?
We're not safe just yet.
I don't give a shit if time walking's fast, or if time walking's slow. What I do care about is when stuff like Threads of Fate was advertised as a New Game Plus leveling method, and something that would be more efficient to do at max level. Like, they literally said Threads of Fate would be faster because once you get to max level, you'll be able to progress through some of the systems that you see while leveling through Threads of Fate. But which systems? Threads of Fate doesn't let you do your Covenant questline, which is one of the biggest time sinks that you have to do at max level. That would kill two birds with one stone, and a lot of people would choose to do it. It doesn't let you farm conduits. It doesn't even let you start getting gear for max level. It has absolutely nothing in it that helps you once you get to max level. The grind is identical in Threads of Fate and the Covenant questline while leveling in at max level. It adds nothing. But then also, Threads of Fate somehow manages to be infinitely slower compared to just questing. Because you literally just go through, do all the world quests, maybe if you want, do some of the dungeon quests, and even if you complete every single one of the 4 zones, you're still going to be sitting there with like 3 to 4 levels of experience just not obtainable unless you grind dungeons.
Whatever you do.
It has been like that since launch. They have done absolutely nothing to correct it, and it's just kind of a fucking travesty, right? Like, a major overhaul to the leveling system was just so poorly tuned that you could literally do every piece of available content and be 3 to 4 levels short. I mean, what the fuck is with that, right? Like, I don't need to explain why that's just fucking stupid. And then, despite this being, I don't even know, like 8, 9 months by now since Shadowlands has launched, with this system being completely non-functional, they still don't change it at all. They still don't make leveling in Shadowlands any more fun, any more efficient. But then the moment people find a new method that actually makes it slightly faster, admittedly significantly faster, but also way more fun, Blizzard nerfs it immediately. I think that's the main issue that a lot of people have, because for the first time since Shadowlands launched, a lot of people were looking at this and saying, hey, maybe I can finally have fun leveling alts again. Because if you're anything like me, and most people are probably even less patient than me, because I've done 50 million leveling speedruns, even when I have a million druids already, and yet I continue doing them. You're just bored with leveling in Shadowlands, right? Like, I'm bored with leveling in Shadowlands, and I literally kind of built a, I wouldn't say a career off this, but I built a YouTube channel off this. So, I didn't wanna abandon WoW in the way that I did. I mean, now I've obviously come back to it, but still, I'm not planning on doing a lot of speedruns. This is literally just because I want to experiment with some classes, and the only way to level those classes is to, well, level them. I don't really know where I was going with that sentence. You get my point, though. I'm gonna need to level the character anyway. I might as well do a speedrun of it, even though this is gonna take fucking forever and I'm not gonna really enjoy it. But I'm mostly doing this for the endgame stuff. But when even I am tired of leveling, and when other WoW speedrunners are tired of leveling, you know there's a problem. And then imagine how the average player feels, who hasn't optimized this, who hasn't done millions of runs and already gotten it down to a science. Like, they're probably just like, fuck this shit, I'm just not gonna level anymore. Brings me back to how it felt to level in, like, early Legion. Like, before any of the reworks, god, leveling at the start of Legion was awful. I have bought one boost ever in the history of this game, and it was in 7.0. Because I really wanted to play Warrior, and at the time I did not have a Warrior at max level.
The horde.
Well, technically, I had a warrior, but it was like a really low level. Like, I had actually the Pandaren warrior that you've seen me playing. And that was, like, not fully leveled, because I actually just used it to RP with some friends.
See if we can find one of those
And then I really wanted to play Arms Warrior, because I thought it looked really cool in Legion, so I just boosted a new character. Now that warrior is rotting away on some server, and I've never played it since Legion. But, point being, I looked at how slow leveling was, and I just said, fuck this, I'm gonna pay the $60. Never done that before. Never done it since. Only time I'll ever pay them for a boost, but leveling was really bad then. Probably the worst it's ever been. Thankfully, they fixed it. But yeah, I mean, I guess the unfortunate thing is, it is in Blizzard's best interest to make leveling not great, right? Because then people are more willing to pay for the boost. They got $60 out of me by having an unoptimized leveling system. I don't know. I know that sounds a bit conspiratorial. I don't like to be super conspiratorial, because at the same time, I don't really think that's why Blizzard's doing it. Because I do believe at the end of the day that they're losing more money by having a bad game than they are by, you know, gaining money from having a shit game that encourages people to pay money to skip the content. So I don't really think it's an intentional design choice, but it definitely is difficult to feel
They seem to have captured a
positive
prisoner for their
about that
ritual.
at some points.
An alert mind is a
We
strong.
must Herbert. I'll cut a path straight through these harpies.
Count me in.
1 second. Also, one of the kind of nice things about this is I have, like, I mean, it's the middle of the summer, right? But I also, I mean, I just have, like, nothing to do. So, because I have absolutely no responsibilities, I can just, like, finish this run probably sometime in the middle of the day, whenever, and then I don't have to, like, continue and stay awake for a while. I'll probably just start uploading this video to YouTube, although I probably won't finish uploading it today. I'll get it fully uploaded, and then I'll, like, take a break, because one of the other reasons I'm doing this is a lot of my friends are away right now for various reasons, so tomorrow I think they should be on to do Mythic Plus, which I won't have them help this character. This character I'm doing completely solo, but I was planning to try and get Keystone Master on my warrior, because I need to start upgrading gear. That's the thing. I don't know if I mentioned this. Obviously, my memory's, like, a bit fuzzy right now. I keep forgetting what I said, like, 30 seconds ago, so I hope I'm not repeating myself. But I don't know, my memory feels especially bad today for some reason. But I've had, like, a crisis of faith with tanking recently, so it's, I think this is a fine story to tell. After all, it's like, I'm not really gonna name the guild in particular, but, like, as I mentioned, all the people that I used to raid with, have quit the game. Like, the friends that I mentioned I was gonna do Mythic Plus with, they, pretty much just do Mythic Plus. Like, I think they've been pugging Heroic, so I've run with them in pugs a little bit. But I even asked them, I was like, hey, do you guys want to find a guild? And they were just like, like, don't really feel like it. They're just not in that, like, raiding mood. They'd rather just, do Mythic Plus and, you know, just chill. I can understand that. One of my friends has been talking about, like, trying to sell carries. He's been... God. So, I mean, the boosting problem is bad right now, but one of my friends has tried to, I guess, take the problem into his own hands. So he wants to start selling carries, but he's, like, specifically going around advertising, like, want to sell carries, not from, like, a boosting like, the literal exact words he uses, not from a boosting service or any of that shit. It's sold by actual players and stuff like that, and at a really cheap price. So he's, like, trying to make it his mission to sell carries by, like, massively undercutting all the boosting services just to spite them, which I mean, I'll probably help him with it, right? Because, as I mentioned, I usually sell carries, but I'm also, like, not somebody who's super concerned with golds. I mentioned in my rating video that I know boosting's a problem, and then I also said that I think there's a distinction between selling for gold and selling for real money. And somebody left a comment, which I think is actually, like, a pretty fair point. They said something to the effect of, like, I think it's kind of hard to draw an ethical distinction between selling for real money and selling for gold, because most gold that you're gonna get from carries, I guess at this point, is from a WoW token, which some player spent real money on. And that's a fair point. From, like, the supporting Blizzard, or I guess, like, encouraging... I think it's more in the realm of encouraging the use of pay-to-win, right? Like, so that argument is basically saying, if you sell carries at all, even for gold, you're part of the problem, because you're encouraging the use of people buying WoW tokens to buy boosts. Now, the simple answer to this, I would say, is that, you know, it's like, people are going to get it anyway. You know, if somebody wants it and they have money to spend, they're going to buy a carry from somebody. Right? So, I guess I personally would feel better knowing that somebody bought a carry from, like, me or somebody that I know is, like, a valid seller. Somebody that, you know, like, for me, I'm not trying to make money off carries. That's where I think I draw the line. I don't think it's ethical to try and make a profit, like IRL, by selling carries. Because I think that does tarnish the game. But the way I see it is, like, gold is a purely in-game advantage. So if you're doing a challenging thing, which carries are, I mean, not the hardest thing in the planet, depending on what you're selling, but they're still a slightly challenging thing to do, and then you're getting, like, an in-game reward for it. So I'm being rewarded with gold, effectively, for 4-manning plus 15 Mythic Dungeon. That's kind of the way that I like to look at it. So, in a sense, I can consider it like I'm getting an in-game reward for an in-game challenge, and I'm okay with that. It's when you start getting, like, you start doing in-game stuff to make, like, out-of-money rewards, or out-of-game money rewards. You know what I'm trying to say. That's where I think it starts to be a bit, like, iffy. Like, the line between the game and real life is kind of shattered. And I guess that if you really dive into it, that was already broken if somebody decided to buy a WoW token. Now, I did mention in my response to this comment that when I historically sold a lot of carries, which was back in WoD, I pretty much knew, like, all of the repeat buyers. Like, carrying was not as big of a thing back then. You didn't have these organizations. Like, I knew most of the other carry sellers, at least, like, in the North American servers, and they were all people like me, right? Like, people who just liked doing challenge modes and just wanted to sell carries, because selling carries was, like, a fun additional challenge on top of a challenge mode. So once you've already gotten your gold challenge modes, like, you know, what can you do to make it harder? Well, you can sell carries. And that way you're 4-manning a challenge mode and you're getting a bonus reward from it, because obviously challenge modes didn't give you anything after you've already completed it. So that's the way I like to see it. I enjoyed doing challenge modes just for the sake of, like, the fun that they provided, but that way I was still gaining in-game rewards, golds, by doing it. And I knew all of the people that were buying from me. Like, I wasn't getting random people that were just like, yeah, sure, I'll buy. Like, every once in a while, usually. But usually, it was a lot of people that wanted, like, the appearances on their alts or something like that. So we had people that, like, farmed garrisons a lot. That was one way that people made a ton of gold back in WoD. So that was a large majority of the buyers I had. And in that case, they're farming gold through legit in-game methods. Another, this was just one instance, but I actually had a buyer who sold arena carries. So he sold, like, I think 2s or 3s carries, something, I forget exactly. And then with his gold that he made from arena carries, he bought challenge mode carries. So once again, I mean, I don't know where his gold came from, but either way, he was making his gold through in-game methods. And that makes it feel, I guess, less bad when you know where the gold is coming from. So the easy answer is just don't think about it. Just, you know, cover your ears, go la 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 la, the gold is legit, blah blah blah. But obviously that doesn't solve the ethical dilemma, right? But I don't know. I guess maybe it is just one of those things where it feels better to me. And as I mentioned, I would rather the carry come from somebody like me, I guess. I know that maybe sounds a little bit arrogant. I'm not saying that, oh, I'm the best carry seller, everybody should buy from me. I mean, like, kind of like the way that my friends decided to word his advertisement, where he said, oh yeah, you know, I'm selling carries not from any one of those big soulless boosting services. You're buying a carry from a person. And that feels more legit. It also doesn't feel like you're getting, I guess, scammed or something, or getting unfairly priced. Like, I've always tried to pride myself on doing very fair pricing. Where the hell did my polymorph go? Huh.
I know this tactic. You keep one foe polymorphed while you focus on the other. Hitting your enemy will break the spell.
This quest
Attack
is
Herbert to get him
exhausting.
back to normal. You're a loose cannon recruit.
I keep getting distracted by all the random dialogue. It's like so bad that I keep being like, what are they saying? It derails my train of thought. Okay.
We push forward. The rest of you hold this position.
Anywho, I think that it's better. Like I said, I generally try to give like fair pricing on my carries. And I generally try to make the experience fun. I guess I know that whether or not the experience is fun or not doesn't really change anything, but usually, like, I would, if they wanted to, I would invite, like, the buyers into, like, whatever Discord we were using, so they could, like, you know, hang out, talk, just, like, I guess, see the behind-the-scenes process of, like, communication going on in Discord, and made them feel, like, more connected. I got a lot of repeat buyers that way. Like, getting to know the people that were actually buying the carries, and then they would realize, oh, these people are, like, you know, nice. They're actually friendly. They're not just, like, trying to make money. Like, I was just there because I was like, yeah, you know, I'm bored. I want to sell some carries kind of thing. And, like, I remember there was one run in particular that I still recall was back in Legion, in Maw of Souls, on a plus 15. It was, I don't remember what patch, either way, but we were selling to this couple, and we first carried one of them. I forget which one it was, but they were a hunter. And my group, I don't even remember exactly who I was running with. I think some people in whatever guild I was in at the time. And they all completely ate shit on Helya. And we were, like, doing really, really well. So we had some time. But instead of just wiping and pulling again, I was like, you know what? I'm going to just try to solo this. So with, like, the 10 minutes remaining, I tried to solo Helya from, like, well, she died at, like, what was it, 70% or something? So I think she was at, like, 80%, and I tried to solo her down to 80%. And it took me, like, 8 minutes to do it. So I basically got to the point where if I had died, the key would have been dead, and we would have had to give them another one for free. But I was like, I want to try to do this. And I spent 8 minutes soloing that boss, and then we ended up timing the key, because I was able to solo Helya. Vengeance Demon Hunter, back in Legion, by the way, extremely broken. And that buyer was, like, so fucking excited when he saw that happen. He was like, oh my god, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Holy shit, I've never seen somebody solo a dungeon boss like that. I'm gonna buy from you guys every single week. And he did, every week. For, like, the next, I don't know how long. He bought a 15 from us. He and his wife. And I was like, alright, cool. Like, you know, they were nice people, and they liked the, I guess, atmosphere and stuff, and that guy really liked the fact that I soloed the boss. He thought it was cool. And it overall was just a fun experience. So, I don't know, that's why I like selling carries. And while I've personally never bought a carry, the one carry I did, or I joined, was when my friend Paul, back in WoD, he bought like 1,000,000 of these like AOTC carries, and he wouldn't even be sure if he was gonna attend it. Like, he would just like tell some dude, yeah, when you do carries like next night or something like that, I'll buy like 3 of them. And then I think he got like 2 of the 3 or whatever that he was doing, and then the final one, because their carry group was running a bit slow, it overlapped with his raid time, so he just hit me up and he was like, yo, do you want a free Archimon carry? And I said, sure. So I went in there, he just had me take his spot, and I went in. They just told me, basically, don't touch anything. I didn't touch anything. And then they killed Archimons. They had me run into the lava at the start and die, and they killed the boss. And then the run was already paid for by Paul ahead of time, so I didn't need to worry about, you know, having to trade them golds. After the end, they were just like, you know, thanks for coming, kicked me out of the group, and I was on my way. And it was like, I don't know, it just felt weird, I guess. I felt so, I don't know, like, unimportant, I guess. Like, yeah, obviously I was there getting carried, but it was just very much go, go, go for them. Like, they didn't give a shit. They were just like, yep, we're getting paid for this. All right, your carry's done. Get the fuck out of the group. Let's move on to the next one. That kind of thing. And I don't know, like, that's one of those things where, obviously, I don't buy carries either way. So maybe, like, people who really buy carries, like, don't give a shit. Maybe they would buy either way. But to me, that was one of those things where I was like, that wasn't really fun. I didn't really enjoy that. I don't even remember if I got loot or not, but either way, I was like, yeah. I mean, I technically got a free carry because my friend Paul paid for it, but I was like, I would never go out of my way to do this. I'd rather just earn it myself, but I also don't really think that was an enjoyable experience. So that kind of motivated me, I guess, to make carries fun. I don't know. Like, if I'm gonna sell a carry, I want to have the player be, like, part of it. The other thing I disliked is when they told me to die at the start. Like, I wasn't even under-geared. This was on my Death Knight that I ran challenge modes with. That was already, like, heroic HFC geared or whatever at the time. And this was AOTC Archimon. So, like, I could have very well done damage, but they were just like, we don't want you fucking up mechanics. Just run into the lava and die. And I was like, alright, sure. But, generally speaking, unless I'm absolutely certain that something can't be done if a pug fucks it up. Like, if memory serves, the only time that I ever had to tell, like, buyers that I just want you to die in this just to make it safe was, what was that boss called? Shade of Medivh in Upper Karazhan? That was the only one, because I think a few times I had the buyer go with the group, and then they would break out a Flame Wreath and one-shot the entire group, and that failed way too many keys, because then it would happen over and over, and I just said, fuck it, we're just gonna have carries die before Shade of Medivh, and then they could come for the rest of it. But every other dungeon, I always like to give carries the option. You know, if you want to wait at the start and, you know, go do whatever, go for it. But if you want to tag along with the group and, like, enjoy the experience and have fun, I think you should have that option. And I know, obviously, I'm spending a lot of time arguing the wrong point, right? Like, the point that that person in the YouTube comments made, and the point that most people make when it comes to carries is, it's not ethical because you're using real money to get an advantage. And back in the day, it wasn't like that, because, you know, you could only buy carries with golds, unless you were, you know, breaking the terms of service, which I guess, that's another thing that I do value, right? Like, I would never sell carries for real money, because I really don't like violating the terms of service. Like, I will admit that I was in a few carry groups that sold for real money. But I literally, like, before I went in there, I always told them, I am not taking real money. I do not want there to be any links to my account of me accepting real money for any carries. I don't want to get banned. I don't give a shit. If I make money off this, I like playing this game, and I have no intention of getting banned for doing something against the terms. Because I have known people who've gone banned for that. So, what I usually do is if I do those runs, I say, alright, I'll do this run, you can take my cut of the real money, but then you need to pay me an equivalent amount. So, whoever was selling it would pay me, like, I don't know, like, whatever, 30k or something, whatever the standard, like, gold cut would be. And then they would take my real money cut, and I would just say, alright, my hands are clean. I didn't like to do that a lot, because I also still kind of felt dirty doing that, but a few times if a friend was like, hey, we're selling carries, but it's real money, do you want to help us? I would be like, not really, but if you really, really need me to tank it, that's the deal I'll make you. But yeah, it's obviously a bit of a slippery slope. I will fully acknowledge that. It's kind of hard to say that something is better or worse.
I'll keep the ogres focused on me.
So I guess, yeah, I am kind of arguing the wrong point there. I am trying to argue why I think it's okay, when really I don't have any fundamental things. And that's the problem with morality, right? Like, there is no right or wrong answer. And here's the reality of it. I would much rather carries weren't a thing at all. Or, well, rather, I would prefer that there was no way whatsoever to exchange real money for any sort of in-game advantage. But the problem with that is, like, I know people, before the WoW token existed, who sold carries for real money. Because PayPal is a thing that exists. I mean, obviously, I don't have proof, nor would I share it if I did, because at the end of the day, despite whether or not I condone their actions, those people are in many cases my friends, so I'm not about to throw them under the bus, right? But, it happens. I know that it happens. And regardless of whether or not Blizzard provides, like, the WoW token for that to be something that people can do, there are people that will go out of their way to buy carries with real money. And I'm not saying that this justifies the WoW token, by the way. I dislike the mentality of, oh, because the WoW, because people are going to do it anyway, the WoW token should exist. I even kind of used that argument lightly earlier, and I kind of dislike that I even tried to use that wording. Because, yeah, I don't agree with it. I think I used it more in the terms of, like, if somebody's going to buy a carry, I'd rather it be from, like, a reputable person rather than, like, a soulless business. But my point stands. I think that either way, the argument of people will do it anyway is bad. The only reason I think I used it is because I always remember there's like a John Mulaney skit where he says something like that. I forget the exact wording, but like I always think of that and it makes me chuckle. So that's why I like saying that phrase, just because it reminds me of the John Mulaney skit. I'm getting way off topic now, though. But point being, I don't think the WoW token should exist, but I think really the only actual way to fix this is for Blizzard to have better moderation policies, right? Like, if you look at Final Fantasy, they don't have a WoW token. Which is why I always think it's hilarious when people will try to say, oh, well, Final Fantasy is just as pay-to-win as WoW. No, it's fucking not. It's not even slightly as pay-to-win as WoW. Final Fantasy does not have a WoW token equivalent. There are a shit ton of MMOs that have a WoW token equivalent. I would actually argue that, like, the big three MMOs right now are Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, and WoW. There are some others that are close, but I think most people can generally agree that those are, like, the main three things that people consider to be, like, MMORPGs. And, you know, there's gonna be that one guy that's like, Minecraft's an MMO, and, like, I guess. But when you hear people just, like, talk about Minecraft, do people ever really call Minecraft an MMO unless they're trying to prove a point? Like, to me, Minecraft is like a sandbox multiplayer game. I don't know, there's no official classification for it. So I guess it's technically an MMO. But when you think MMO, at least for me, you think World of Warcraft, you think Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, Rift, Elder Scrolls Online. I guess Elder Scrolls Online is probably very close to Guild Wars 2 in that regard. I'm going to be completely honest, I don't think it's that good of a game. I've tried it before, and I think it just has way too many flaws to make it a competitive MMO. Like, Guild Wars 2 obviously has a lot of problems as well, but I think there's a lot of things that Guild Wars 2 does extremely well. It just has a lot of other things where it fails extremely hard, which limits it in terms of, like, popularity. But I played Elder Scrolls Online quite a bit, and there was nothing in that game that made me go, yeah, Elder Scrolls Online does X really well. Everything just felt like a worse version of something I've seen in other games. Holy shit. This is not easy to solo. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to let the NPC tank it, but I guess I ripped Hacker off her? I don't know. But yeah, like, I guess for Guild Wars 2, for an example of a feature, the main feature, honestly, that I think Guild Wars 2 does better than any other MMO is open world design. Guild Wars 2 has amazing open world zones and open world events. Like, nothing comes even close. Honestly, I've never seen anything in another MMO that comes close to Auric Basin. Auric Basin, Dragon's Stand are just phenomenal in terms of, like, zone design and events within, like, leveling questing zones. It's fantastic. But there are a lot of other problems with the game. But Elder Scrolls Online, the only thing that I thought was really cool was Cyrodiil. But even then, like, Guild Wars 2 has a Cyrodiil equivalent. And Cyrodiil also isn't perfect, so... I don't know.
The Horde has endured toward Mount the Wyvern and fly home to Orgrimmar.
Arcane.
Glory awaits us.
I'm also not going to do the Legion intro for obvious reasons. Obvious reasons being, I'm a mage. I have portals. So, I don't need to care. I think I used to... Well, actually, I think Frostbolt and Fireblast are not really used, right? I did level a mage up to 20, like, a few months ago, and then I deleted it. But when I did level that mage up to 20, I think I took Frostbolt and Fireblast off my bars, because I kind of figured, like, why would you ever use this? It's kind of like shield block and shield slam as an arms warrior. Why the fuck would you ever use it? Or even Whirlwind as a prot warrior. Whirlwind as a prot warrior is just a flat damage loss. It's never useful to use it. But I actually did read that specifically for Arcane, there are very, very niche scenarios where these abilities can be used. Apparently, because the ideal build of Arcane needs to conserve like a lot of your mana and like arcane charges for a specific burn window towards like the end of boss fights when you're low on mana, but like you're waiting on cooldowns and you have all of your other stuff set up, you might be in a position where you literally cannot use any of your other spells, because like if you use Arcane Blast, it might cost too much mana. If you use Arcane Explosion, once again, it might cost too much, and then you need to sit on Arcane Barrage to wait for your burst window. So in that case, the same thing with Arcane Missiles, right? Like too much mana. So instead of doing nothing, I remember reading that in that very niche scenario, if it happens to happen, which I think if that occurs, you probably fucked up at some point in your rotation, right? Like, no, God damn it, I didn't skip this intro.
Well, what'd they say?
Always forget. And this thing takes forever.
Ready to make some gold? Yeesh, that's far. Time is money, friend. Let's go.
Oh yeah, and I have to walk with him. This intro sucks.
You need it? I got it.
Anywho. What's I saying?
Big time, pal.
My mind just like wipes and I forget the last like 2 minutes. I don't know why my brain is so fucked today.
Dusty and
Arcane, right. So if you get into that specific scenario, I read that it can be worth pressing Frostbolt instead of doing nothing, because apparently Frostbolt is like mana positive, so you'll regen mana faster than Frostbolt will drain it. And then if you're in a scenario where you need to like save a clear casting proc on Arcane Missiles for your burst window, and you can't use Arcane Barrage because you're also saving it for a burst window, and you're not in range of an enemy to Arcane Explosion, then it can be worth it to use Fire Blast. I think also Fire Blast does slightly more damage on a single target than Arcane Explosion. That might change at higher levels. But in that case, if you're moving and you have to hold all of those things, so you can't cast Arcane Blast because you're moving, then you can maybe, in that very specific scenario, use Fire Blast. Once again, I'm not 100% sure. I looked over a lot of Arcane Mage Guide stuff, but like I've said, I've never played it before, so this is me trying to understand all of this new terminology and new strategy stuff with no actual real understanding of how the playstyle is at max level outside of what I've read and like what I can picture based on what I've read, and also me kind of making inferences based on classes I've played in the past. So I can think like, oh yeah, that was kind of like when I played Balance Druid and they had XYZ type thing. That's kind of how I like to see it. And that's honestly one of the best ways to learn new classes. Like, I can pick up most melee specs because of the fact that I've played so much melee at this point that if I look at a melee spec, and this isn't just for WoW, like in other MMOs, like if I look at Samurai or Dragoon, I can understand Samurai or Dragoon based on comparing it to like stuff that I've seen in World of Warcraft before. I'll see something and be like, oh yeah, that's like X thing that I used in this one class in WoW. Let's go with... do I have the Mage class mount? Disc? No. This thing. I never unlocked that. Oh well. Oh wait, I can do the... Yeah, Tazavesh Gear Glider. That kind of... That's cool.
Let's visit a trainer to learn about specializing your skills.
Let's not! Please no. And then... Vendor this.
Many wares.
No. Don't need any of that. I don't really think I care about health potions, honestly, at least at this point.
May your feet find good trails.
And I'm pretty sure Netherweave bags are still a little bit too expensive for me. I can check, though. It can't hurt. It's gonna be so much easier to talk once I actually get into the speedrun, because, like, I keep trying to talk, and then, like, my focus gets completely shattered because I have to figure out what new bullshit the tutorial's gonna ask of me. Where... But, like, if I'm doing Silverpine Forest, I've done it so many times that I know the exact routing like the back of my hand. There's more!
Visit the Wyvern's Tail. You can buy me a drink.
Cool mount, by the way. I do like the Tazavesh Gear Glider. I always thought that the game needed more, like, disc-type mounts. So, definitely happy to see that. Control H. I never found this. What?
The war chief awaits you in Gromosh Hold.
War Chief? Let me guess, it's gonna be Sylvanas. It's gonna be like, Champion, the Alliance is encroaching on Zandalar, and I'm totally not gonna betray you and then betray the person that I betray you for within the next, like, 2 patches. Oh, Jesus Christ. The fucking Sanctum of Domination storyline. Like, okay, so apparently this is a hot take, but I liked the Sylvanas fight. I mentioned that in my previous rating video, but it's actually kind of funny because I posted my video about rating, and then at the time of recording, it's been less than a day, and I thought people liked it. Like, the people I've talked to, like my friends at least, liked the Sylvanas fight, or at least didn't think it was bad. They were like, yeah, it's fine. And then, like, after posting my video, I saw a Bellular video where he was talking about, like, how much he hates the Sylvanas fight and how he thinks it's complete trash. And, I mean, I don't know if he... Yeah, there's Sylvanas.
Our true work. It seems you have an eye for talent.
Can I just not do this? Can I do the...
Your skills come highly recommended.
Do they,
will
Sylvanas?
make
Okay.
use of them.
Oh.
To
Figured it wouldn't
ensure
let me.
our victory over the Alliance, the Horde must add strength
What is
to
my
its
character
ranks.
doing? What
Nathanos, brief our new arrival on the mission at hand.
What happened just because I interacted with the mission board?
My queen.
Did that fix it?
Will not
Okay.
disappoint you.
Okay. Can
I
I...
am certain
Is this
you
gonna
will
force me into BFA? If so, I would rather fucking delete my character. Like, please. No! I don't want to fucking do BFA! Ah! Can I... I don't want to go to fucking Princess Talanji's boat.
We won't rest until the much glory awaits you on the
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, if this was a speedrun, I would have done a hard reset. Can you tell that I've, like, barely ever done a level 1 character? Nothing interesting. Like, God, this is so cancer, Blizzard. Why is there no way to exit this fucking on-rails tutorial? I hate it so fucking much. Now I'm gonna have to go all the way back to Orgrimmar. Oh look, I'm in fucking Zandalar. I'm gonna be completely honest. At this point, I've completely forgotten everything I was talking about. Can I fucking leave now? Can vendor that 5 silver. I have to start pinching pennies. Fuck this, man. Please let me use the mission board now. I will literally delete this character if it tells me that I need to do BFA now. Thank the fuck. Oh, okay. The reason I'm checking the mission board, by the way, I'm obviously not going to use it because I'm going to Chromie, right? But it's because if the mission board is not enabled, it means Chromie is not enabled. So, yeah. Technically, I could have gone and done Silverpine Forest either way, but it means I wouldn't have been able to do Hillsbrad later on. So, I still needed to do all that bullshit. Thanks, Blizz. Whatever, I'll stop complaining. It's my fault for failing to skip the thing anyway. But yeah, my train of thought has been fucking shattered. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Oh, by the way, the mount special is really cool. Woo! Do like little front flips. It's neat. I don't want to dilly-dally too long, though. I'm, like, wasting so much time here. Obviously, at this point, like, this is where I'm level 11, so I'm barely after the point where I would have started. And it's been about an hour. So you can just slap an hour onto the normal route. It's obviously going to take me about, I don't know, I want to say like an hour slower as well. Maybe hour, 2 hours. I hope not 2 hours. But it's going to be slower. Because of the fact that A, I won't be able to get flying as quickly. And B, I'm not going to have all the fancy utility stuff like gun shoes and, you know, the fun things, the tools.
I got what you need.
So I'm going to look for Netherweave, because I'm pretty sure... So, Netherweave bags are 5 gold. How much are... I think deep sea bags are still, like... Yeah. I mean, obviously 150 gold isn't a lot, but... Yeah. And how much are goblin gliders? Man. I can't even buy one!
That's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
I'll buy one netherweave bag. Just a single netherweave bag. That'll do. So I think I have... Yeah, at least it replaces a 6 slot. Didn't I get a 12 slot bag? Did I accidentally delete my 12 slot bag? Oh man, there's gonna be people commenting that I'm fucking stupid again.
Many deals for a friend.
You gotta understand that when I'm doing these speedruns, it's easy to sit there and, like, look and be like, that dumbass did X thing that, you know, should be super obvious. And, like, yeah, when I'm reviewing the footage, I'm like, how the fuck did I fuck that up? When I'm in the speedrun, my brain gets so frazzled and nervous that I just end up forgetting, like, you know, basic shit. It also doesn't help, admittedly, that I'm trying to talk the entire time. Like, I could just sit here, I mean, frankly, look at, like, every single other World of Warcraft speedrun. That's one thing I'll never understand. Like, people try to put out these speedruns where they, like, sit there and put music on for 5 hours and get, like, no views. And, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be one of those, like, view count Andys, but, I mean, there's a reason, right? Like, I'd like to think that I make the speedrun a little bit more entertaining. That's what I'm trying to do, at least. You know, if you're just sitting there and doing a run with no audio and saying nothing for 5 hours, like, people are gonna get bored. Some of the best feedback I've gotten on my videos has been, like, some of the stories, like, on the Alliance, like, speedrunning Alliance and telling stories type thing. I mean, I just like doing that. I like telling stories. I will admit, though, I do actually prefer to do this stuff without talking. Like, I don't hate talking over it, but it is kind of exhausting, as I'm sure you might imagine. Well, obviously, when I'm doing tests, I'm not sitting here talking to myself for no reason. That would just be weird. But it does feel nice sometimes. Just like putting on like anime openings or Nightcore music and whatnot, and just kind of jamming out while I play WoW. I don't know, like when I'm doing Korthia dailies. That's also one of the fun things about doing the 20-minute videos. Like, for the problems with, like, patch 9.1 video, I had a ton of footage. Like, hours and hours of footage. And it was a 20-minute long video. But that's the thing. I basically just hit record before doing, like, Korthia dailies and stuff, and just said, alright, I'll see what footage I get. And then at a certain point, I would, like, make a mental note, like, oh, this is entertaining. Like, when I was talking about how Korthia is, like, littered with fallen trees and is really annoying to navigate, there was, at one point, when I was doing Korthia, a little treasure chest that spawned on top of a tree, and there were a bunch of people that were trying to scramble up the tree to get it, and they all kept falling off. So I remember making a mental note to myself, like, that's pretty funny. I should include that in the video when I talk about that part. So, you know, because I remembered it, I dug through the footage, found that little clip, and was like, wait, did it not? It didn't loot. I have auto loot turned on, right? Hello? That was weird. It did not loot. Huh. But yeah, so, like, I remember thinking about that, being like, oh yeah, I should go back and add that to the footage. And I did. But it was fun getting all that footage, because I could hit record and then just do whatever. And, like, half of those clips, there's, like, Nightcore music blaring in the background. Now, I know I might be a basic bitch for still listening to Nightcore music in 2021, but I enjoy it, you know? Judge me if you will. I don't give a shit. But, yeah, that's what basically all of the audio in those original clips were. But I don't have to care. I get to just sit there and do what I want, and I edit all the audio out anyways for the video, and then I just have to do like a single or mostly single take. I try to do it as in a single take. Like in the rating video, I went like 6 minutes or something like that with one take, perfectly like going over all the words, and then I just completely tripped over my words at one point and completely fucked it up. And then I had to stop and say it again. It's hard sometimes, like, I don't know, like, when I'm editing the video, I really notice the dissonance between the final take and how it sounded when I first did it. Because when you're telling, like, a full story or, like, going through a sentence completely and you just completely fuck up the end of it and have to re-record it, when you try to, like, edit the, like, correct takes together, sometimes, like, your pitch or tone is, like, slightly off, like, depending on the different times when you did it. So it can be a bit jarring. And I really notice that when I'm editing. But then I always, like, listen through my videos a second time after I've uploaded them. And half the time, like, I don't really notice. Like, when I'm not super paying attention to it, I'm like, yeah, no, that sounds like I did it all in a single take. But it basically is, like, I think, the total runtime in terms of recording for the rating video was like 22 minutes. And in the end, the video was like 19 minutes long. So that was only about 3 minutes of like me having to like try a sentence again. Where I would basically be like, oh, I fucked that pronunciation. And then I would like do the sentence again and edit it after the fact or something like that. Hey, remember this type of Sylvanas character building? Where she, like, cared about the Forsaken, and we're trying to save them? And she was like, oh, the Forsaken are my people, they know my pain. I'm gonna dedicate myself to preserving them. But nope. Now she's some evil mustache-twirling waifu who basically commits genocides on the daily, but then, oh no, it's okay, because she decided that she's not gonna serve, and then she got her fucking soul back. Oh. This is the reason why I didn't talk about the story in my patch 9.1 video, because that video was like 20 minutes long. If I talked about the story, no matter how short I tried to make the script, it would have at least been 30 minutes long. Like, a concise complaint about the story direction would be at least 10 minutes for me. I have so much shit that I can talk about their writing. It's disgusting. It's so fucking bad. The main thing that I really hate about the Warcraft writing now is I really despise how these talentless hacks are just, like, dragging characters out to die. You know, literally and figuratively. You know, like, they drag out, like... Obviously, they killed off Sarfang. I mean, admittedly, the Sarfang death was one of the cooler writing moments in recent years, and I'm being very generous with that. But now they've taken Anduin, who was, for a while there, a decent character, and now he's, like, corrupted and stuff, and, I mean, I'm sure he's gonna be redeemed, but... God, I'm so tired of those types of stories. But really, the main thing I hate is just butchering the writing of a lot of these stories. Like, taking Sylvanas' story and just forcing Sylvanas to be the main antagonist because they feel like it. And butchering all of the groundwork that was laid for Sylvanas over all of the good expansions. It's like, when I see them doing that, to me it says, we can't think of anything original, so we're just going to use characters that you historically love and have emotional attachment to, and parade them out here and make a fucking mockery of them. Just because we know that you're going to care about them either way, because they're characters you have an attachment to. Hey, remember Arthas? Remember when better writers actually took care of the World of Warcraft story, or even just the Warcraft story? Yeah, well, he's like getting thrown into the maw now. Aren't you sad? You remember Arthas, guys, right? Well, Arthas is here now. You should care. You should care about this story. This is a character that you know. Name means it's good. And you remember Uther, right? Like, everybody loved Uther. Well, look at what we're gonna do with Uther. We're gonna fucking dump him in the trash can. Admittedly, I don't hate Uther's story, but, like, I also don't love it. They're trying so hard to do this thing with Uther where he's like... God, the one thing I really disliked is when you go through that quest line where, you know, you're having Uther, like, purge his memories, and it's this whole thing about, like, oh, I need to remember my holy vows and whatnot, and then, you know, he's reliving his fight with Arthas, and he's like, oh no, I spoke in anger. It's like, dude, your pupil was literally trying to fucking murder you. I don't think anybody's gonna sit here and, like, say, yeah, Uther, you were a bad person because you were a bit mouthy with Arthas. Like, and then he's sitting there blaming himself because he didn't try to save Arthas and he just tried to kill Arthas. It's one of those, like, faux morality arguments of, like, I chose violence when I could have chose the peaceful option of trying to reason with the person who murdered half his kingdom and his father. Like, no. No, don't try to sit here and fucking shit on the Warcraft 3 story, you talentless hacks. Like, it was perfectly fine. It wasn't the best story ever, but don't try to say that Uther was wrong for killing Arthas, or, well, he didn't kill Arthas, but trying to kill Arthas, instead of trying to reason with him. Like, that's just fucking stupid. That pisses me off. And I don't know, like, hell, even, like, the older World of Warcraft writers, like, remember when you had interesting World of Warcraft-specific characters, like Garrosh? Like, Garrosh has been a huge part of World of Warcraft's storyline. Garrosh never existed in Warcraft. Like, Warcraft, the original games. Garrosh was a World of Warcraft unique character. He appeared in BC for the first time. So, the writers actually created a character from scratch, built him up over the course of multiple expansions, and while I dislike the way his story ended, I can at least give them credit for trying to do something new, unique. Instead of just saying, hey, remember this character from Warcraft 3 that you, like, enjoyed 10 years ago? Or more than 10 years ago. Who am I? I said 10 years ago without thinking, because, like, 10 years seems like a long time, right? Fuck, Warcraft 3, it's been, like, what, 20 years? More? I don't know. A long fucking time ago. Yeah, you used to like this character. Well, we're gonna use him. That's the shit that pisses me off. I don't know. I guess, yeah, to me, it's more of, like, the disrespect for the original writers, right? Like, if the story was just bad, like, on its own terms, whatever. But when it's, you know, how do I put this? Like, it's aggressively bad. I don't know. The shittiness of the story comes at the expense of the work that better writers did years ago. Is, I suppose, what I'm trying to say. Like, Sylvanas was never my favorite character, but she also did have a pretty well-written story arc, you know, for a while there. Like, the whole thing of, like, you know, she served Silvermoon, and then, like, she was killed, and now she's in this position where, you know, she's basically slowly becoming the same person as, like, the monster that killed her. But I think the entire original premise of Sylvanas' story arc was that she was trying to ride that fine line. Like, obviously, yeah, she was pretty consumed with vengeance. You know, she had been murdered and raised from the dead by Arthas, and she absolutely hated him for it and wanted to get revenge, but she also began to realize that the shit she was doing was starting to become pretty fucking evil, and she was starting to become the thing that she hated. So it became this thing where Sylvanas was kind of aware of how much of a shitty person she was. And that's why I actually really liked what they did in Wrath of the Lich King, where, like, the way I interpreted it, at least, when I was, like, a kid and I was reading the story, is, like, Sylvanas became so consumed in her quest for vengeance And she did a lot of really, really shitty stuff to get there. Like, I mean, she was building the plague and whatnot. And yeah, it ended up causing a lot of people to die because then it got into the wrong hands and, you know, a bunch of people died at the Wrathgate. So, yeah, Sylvanas, definitely not a perfect track record, but I think she knew that. But in her head, she was probably like, you know what? As long as I can kill Arthas and get revenge, then it'll all be worth it. Then all of the shitty stuff that I did won't matter because I'll finally be done. And then what's the first thing she does after she kills Arthas? She fucking kills herself. Like, she jumps off Icecrown and impales herself on a bunch of spikes. You cannot tell me, no matter how much they want to retcon that she did that for any other reason than to say, okay, my mission in life is complete. I've killed Arthas. I've claimed my vengeance. I would like to die now. Okay, thanks, bye. And the way that I believe it was written at the time is that basically she saw like an infinite darkness and she realized, oh my god, the afterlife is basically non-existent for people like me. It's basically just an eternity of suffering. So she made it her goal, after being revived by the Valkyr, to make it so no other undead, like the Forsaken, would have to suffer that same fate. That they would all be safe and be as protected as possible so that they could live out their admittedly pretty shitty lives as an undead, but the way she saw it after experiencing it was, this is a much better alternative than having them die and live in eternal suffering. At least, like I said, that is how I interpreted the ending of Wrath of the Lich King. And I thought that was really cool. I'm like, okay, you know, Sylvanas, she's grown as a character. She still rides a very morally gray line. Like, this shit, Silverpine Forest, I love. Because, so, like, as much as people love to meme on morally gray, this is morally gray. The entire questline is morally gray. Sylvanas is waging a war against the Worgen, even invading their own homelands, and using, like, literal biological warfare, like, really, really bad shit. So definitely not good, but she's doing this all because she wants to protect her own people. She wants to make sure that the Forsaken have a, you know, safe place to live, where they're not in the risk of dying and being in that eternal suffering. And that is cool, honestly. I like that. I like this Sylvanas. But then now we get it, like, retconned, where I think it's implied that, like, when she impaled herself on the spikes at Icecrown, she heard the voice of the jailer, and the voice of the jailer was like, oh, Sylvanas, I want to break the cycle of death. And if you come back to life, I will help you break the cycle of death if you help me. And all this fucking bullshit. And no, that's what I hate. Like, you can write a good story without trying to recontextualize everything that happened. Like, no, Sylvanas didn't hear the voice of the jailer when she died. She just saw that there was eternal suffering and wanted to change that. But then saying, oh yeah, but then this other thing happened, so that you can justify some random asshole that you decided to create, like, at this point, like, what was it, like, 10 years later, almost, since Wrath, or something? It's been a long fucking time. But yeah, random asshole 10 years later, but they can say, oh yeah, no, back in Wrath, that's totally what those writers that weren't us were intending. I know that it was completely written by different people, and that they stated what they intended for that story to be at the time, but no, that's what really happened. And it shits on everything that these writers were trying to create. Like, the whole Silverpine Forest story doesn't make sense in the context of Shadowlands. Unless you just assume that Sylvanas is lying, and when you need to go through every single old story saying, oh, so Sylvanas was just pretending to actually care about her people. She didn't care about the Forsaken at all. All she cared about was breaking the cycle, or whatever the fuck that means. You know, that's another thing. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does it mean to break the cycle of death? Is Sylvanas gonna make it so nobody can die? Is she gonna make it so nobody can be revived back from the dead? And then she always says, like, the shit about, we have no choice in where we go in the afterlife. Like, okay. So, so if her main point is that she thinks that people should be able to choose their covenant, which, I mean, quite honestly, I kind of support Sylvanas in this one because I'd like to be able to freely change my covenants. I don't want to be forced into playing Kyrian because it's Vis for my spec. So you know what? I hope the Jailer does remake reality into one where we do get to freely change our covenants. Fuck it. But I mean, all jokes aside, what the fuck does that mean? Right? Like, what is remaking? Remaking reality doesn't mean anything to us. Like, I know people love to make the, like, Avengers Infinity War comparison, but, like, at least Thanos had a goal that was clearly understandable to us. Like, we're like, okay, so Thanos wants to kill half of the universe's population, or however exactly it is. Alright. I mean, you may disagree with his motives, but at least you know what the guy's trying to accomplish. But, you know, now we hear remaking reality. Like, what the fuck does that mean? It's impossible to care about the stakes of a story when you have no fucking clue what the stakes are. Because, like, honestly, I know I joke, but at this point in time, I really do want them to remake reality. Like, I think it would be lame if Zoval won, because Zoval is such a dumb fuck-off villain, right? But, I mean, the story's so bad at this point, yeah, fucking remake it. Does remaking reality mean that we can go back, like, and make WoD never happen? You know, we just finished MoP and then the Legion invaded? Sure! I'll take it! Go ahead, Zoval. Delete WoD. I don't fucking care. But, that's the thing, I don't know. I literally have no fucking clue. It sounds bad, because whenever Zoval talks about remaking reality, he's like,
Ha ha ha. I've been made to serve for all these years, and I've been subjected to the Arbiter's will, and my brothers and sisters imprisoned me in the Maw. I will be a slave no longer. I shall forge a new destiny and remake reality.
And he sounds like so evil and like mwahahaha about it, that like you have to assume that it's probably a bad thing. But like, fuck if I know if it actually is. But yeah, Sylvanas is just fucking stupid, right? Like, because Sylvanas doesn't even have the whole mwahaha mentality. Sylvanas is just like, we're gonna break the cycle. Life and death. They're unfair. They're unjust. Nobody has a choice in the system. Which, there's easier ways to go about that, right? Than supporting, like, undead Hitler. You know? Just have a nice chat with the Arbiter. Be like, hey, you know, Arbiter, I get that, like, this is your whole job, like, sorting people, but maybe, like, give them a choice? Like, you know, maybe the Arbiter can be like one of those BuzzFeed quizzes, but maybe it instead of just saying, you are most like this Office character, it could be like, you're 70% Jim and, you know, 30% Pam. And then you can choose whether you want to be a Jim or Pam in the afterlife. Like, you know, and then maybe the Arbiter's like, yeah, sure, you know, I could do that. I could tell each person what they're more close to. And then, you know, if they decide that they really like the aesthetic of Kyrian and they want to have some angel wings for the rest of their afterlife, then yeah, go for it. More power to you. Free will and all that jazz. But, like, do you really need to try and, like, murder everybody and, like, burn down Teldrassil and all this dumb bullshit? Which, ugh. I mean, the cosmological shit just also doesn't make sense. I really hate when games try to force a cosmological approach and then don't explain it, like, super well, and it feels half-assed. One of the biggest issues that I have with cosmology things is, you know, you look at the Shadowlands, and the Shadowlands are supposed to be the afterlife for everybody. But it's all fucking Azeroth people. So, what I don't understand is why they can't just be like, yeah, the universe is not that, like, they could even say, you know, maybe there isn't that much sentient life, right? Like, maybe Azeroth just happened to be the home of one of the few planets of sentient life. Obviously, we're aware that there are a lot of others, like Argus and Zoroth and blah, blah, blah. But maybe there really aren't that many others. So we could reliably say that, yeah, sure, you know, Azeroth does have a lot of people in the Shadowlands because there really aren't that many other, like, sentient living beings that would be sent there, or something like that. But then, at the very least, from the places that we do know of, you would think that there would be some there. Like, I'm surprised, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any, like, Draenei from Argus that died, like, in the original, like, destruction or ravaging of Argus, or whatever you want to call it. That would have been a cool little thing to add. Have somebody that was, like, that died in, like, one of the purges of Makari or something that happened when the Burning Legion took over. That would be cool. And then it really gives you this feel of, like, you're meeting with, like, these spirits that died on different planets throughout history. And there's, like, mentions of that. Like, Droman Alioth is supposed to be, like, a wild god from another planet. Or something like that. But it's weird, right? Because the reality is that if you want to really write a big universe-spanning thing like this, you do want to have a lot of different universe or planets within the universe be considered. There's going to be a lot of different people. I mean, hell, look at our own planet. Even look at Azeroth's representation within our own planet. Even within a single world, there are so many different... Ooh, treasure chest. Alright, that's one. It's lucky. But yeah, there's like so many different cultures on our planet. And so many different cultures on Azeroth. So just imagine, if there's that many just here, imagine how many different cultures and different types of people there would be across an entire universe. Right? That's not something that you can reliably just pack into a game. So you either need to find a way to limit your universe's span by explaining that your game has different rules, or your game's universe has different rules, or you try to find a creative way to address it, or you just outright design it, which, I mean, obviously takes a lot of time, you know, creating all these different examples of, like, cultures and stuff and whatnot. But right now, the Shadowlands are just, like, the brokers and the attendants or whatever, and that's the Shadowlands. And then there's all the different realms of death, which everybody is the same. One of the other things I really find lazy is, like, every single Venthyr person is, like, exactly the same. But Kael'thas, because he's from Azeroth, he doesn't look like a Venthyr. He looks like Kael'thas. So why does, like, Nadja the Mistblade or Theotar have the generic Venthyr appearance? If Kael'thas is allowed to use his appearance from his former life, why can't they? Why is Lady Vosh literally just her fucking Naga self, but then every single other Maldraxian just has the same generic model, except for Draka, who is, like I said, her general self. So they get to clearly choose their forms, but then you're telling me that every single other Maldraxian just decided, nah, I'm just gonna be like a generic fuck-off, like, dude in a hood and armor or something, whatever the boring Maldraxian model is. I don't know, like, it reaches a point where you have to extend your imagination when playing, you know, fantasy games and stuff. But there definitely is a limit of where I just have to say, okay, I can't extend my imagination any further. This is just immersion breaking. And that's what the story has become. Like, the Cosmos stuff is not fleshed out. And to give you... I know if you don't like Final Fantasy, I'm sorry, but there's a reason why people fucking think it's a good game. But to give you an example, I'm not gonna go into super deep spoiler territories, but at a certain point in the Final Fantasy story, you go to a different planet. And in order to deal with, like, the cosmological implications of this, they basically explain it away as being like, oh, this planet is like a copy of our normal planet. So it's basically like, think of it as like the equivalent of like the Emerald Dream, but like just a regular copy, not like a nature-infused copy. Except this copy is like twisted in other ways, which do have story implications, so I won't exactly say how it's different, but it's basically like an altered version of the regular planet. And this way, they can get away with being much lazier with the world building, because it is meant to be still the same planet, and yet even then, they created new names for every single race. Like, you know, the Makode are the cat people. I don't remember what their race is called on this different planet, but they have a completely unique name. So it shows that there's like a different name for them, there's different cultures, even on this copy of the same planet. The people obviously didn't develop the exact same names for things. And then also that there are like different tribes of like beastmen that on your main planet you're at war with because of like various political issues that happened over the course of the game. But in this alternate planet, they're actually like a regular part of society, and they're well respected and well liked and welcomed into like all the main cities. So it's a very, even with the intentional design choice, and I will say that it might seem kind of lazy of like, oh, so Final Fantasy just said, oh, there's a planet, but it's a copy of the other world. I'm very, 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 very much trying to make it as non-spoilery as possible. Like, everything I've just said will tell you absolutely nothing about where the story goes until you actually get there. And then when you get there, you'll be like, oh, that's what he was talking about. But then you'll have the full context immediately. You'll immediately know, oh, this is the copy of the planet. Oh, I get it now. But until that point, it's not going to, like, spoil where the story's going. That's why I'm comfortable with saying that. But there is a very, very, very good reason why one of the other planets is just a copy of the game, or the planet that, like, the main game takes place in. It's actually extremely awesome, really cool. It's probably one of my favorite plot points in the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV. But it basically, all I can say is it makes sense. It makes sense, and when you figure out why it's designed like that, at least in the story, you'll be like, oh, fuck, that's really cool. But either way, what I'm saying is that in order to avoid the cosmological implications of having to set their, like, expansion on a different planet, they wrote the story like that, so that they could write the story around it without shattering people's immersion. And in my opinion, it works really well. You don't have to sit there constantly wondering, or like constantly thinking, oh, well, it's a little bit weird that all of these people are just like the people on the main planet. No. The game outright tells you, yeah, this is a copy of our original planet. So then you could have adventures in what are effectively 6 new zones, but they're 6 new zones that are heavily themed off the main planet because it is the main planet. I'm trying to be very vague about it because I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't ever want to heavily spoil the Final Fantasy story because it's so fucking good that everybody deserves to play through it on your own. And I don't care if you're sitting here listening to me say this and thinking to yourself like, oh yeah, I'm never going to play Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy's a weeb game, blah, 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 blah. I'm happy to know that a lot less people think that now, thanks to Asmongold. I will actually give Asmongold a lot of props for that. So I never used to really watch his stuff at all, because one of the main things that I disliked about Asmongold was his stance on Final Fantasy. And not the fact that he didn't like it, right? Like, I know people that don't like Final Fantasy, and my take is more like, oh, I feel bad for you. Kind of. Like, I wish you could enjoy Final Fantasy. And usually it's not that they played through... Like, I've never met somebody that genuinely played through Final Fantasy, like, to a decent degree, and said, I dislike this. It's usually people that got bored at the very start and just said, yeah, this game's not for me, and didn't actually give it a real fair shot. And that's where I'm like, I feel bad, because, yeah, admittedly, the early game, it's kind of tedious, it's kind of slow. I do think that they should fix it a bit more than they already have, because it is a bit of a turnoff for new players. But the reality is, once you get through that, it is a fucking phenomenal game. But one of the main things I always disliked about Asmongold's take on Final Fantasy was he was always like, yeah, I'm not going to play that, like, anime game or whatever. He was just like, Final Fantasy, that is cat girls, right? Fuck cat girls. I don't like cat girls. I'm not going to play that game. I like WoW. And it's like, you know, I like WoW as much as the next guy, but, you know, I love Final Fantasy. I thought it was an amazing game. So, whenever I would see him brush it off so casually, it always kind of, like, rubbed me the wrong way. Like, I was like, you know, I'm fine if somebody doesn't like something, but when somebody just says, yeah, I don't think it's good, without actually having given it a fair shot, that's what I dislike. So, the fact that Asmongold then, after saying all of that for years, went and tried Final Fantasy, and from the very beginning said, I'm going to go into this with a completely open mind and give it a fair shot. Like, before he even liked it, I remember, like, my cousin loves watching Asmongold, so, like, he was telling me about it. He's like, oh, Asmon's playing Final Fantasy, and I remember kind of being a bit cynical and being like, yeah, well, we'll see how long that lasts, right? But then he was like, no, really, he's saying, like, he's going to go into it with an open mind. And I was like, okay, good for him, I guess. But after seeing him genuinely, like, play through it and give a very, like, fair and honest, like, take on it, honestly, he enjoyed it way more than I ever thought he would. There were parts in the A Realm Reborn story that I was bored to tears by on my first playthrough. And he was having fun with it. And I was like, holy shit. Like, if he's enjoying this, he's going to love the game. But I thought he was going to be way more critical. So I gained a lot of respect for him after that. Because, I don't know, I kind of always saw him, as a result, as, like, that guy that just, like, yeah, you know, he shit-talks games he hasn't played because, like, you know, he doesn't actually really care enough to actually try them, so he's just gonna brush them off and say, yeah, it's garbage, so, you know, he doesn't have to... I just killed this rare, like, an hour ago, right? Not even. Cool. But yeah, so basically, I had a very negative opinion formed of him. And I have a great amount of respect for him after seeing him do that. It basically changed my view of him. I will admit, I don't know why he was always so critical of Final Fantasy before, but I'm also not going to sit here and say, oh, just because he did something that I disagree with, like, years ago, yeah, I'm going to hold that against him. You know, some people change their mind on things. It's entirely possible that maybe he did have a very bad preconceived notion of what Final Fantasy was, and then, over time, maybe he's thought, maybe I should actually give it a shot. And I'm not going to sit here and try to give somebody shit about, like, a previous opinion. If you decide that, like, you had a bad opinion on something and you change it, I think that you should be, you know, applauded for doing that, honestly. I think it's admirable. Like, one of the hardest things people can do is to change their mind on something. Like, when you're dug into an opinion, it can be really hard to change that. Which is why it's also kind of like, I know I'm changing gears here, but it's kind of depressing to see people, like, sit here, like, you know, there was a guy on the 9.1 video, which I'm sure some people have seen, because a bunch of people responded with some admittedly pretty fucking funny comments. I usually, like, I don't like to censor the comments too much, but I will admit that there are certain comments that are very, very, very overly negative. Like, I think I did get one comment on the 9.1 video that, like, said, you're a fucking moron, WoW is great, and you have no idea what you're talking about, and honestly, I just deleted that comment. Because that's just outright rude, and, I mean, quite frankly, you know, it's my comment section, and while I'm okay with people expressing their opinions, if it's something that's directly attacking me, that's just more of a mental health thing. Like, when I see people directly, like, throwing shit at me, it hurts, right? Like, even if I disagree with them, and, you know, I know that all of my arguments made during the video were in good faith, it still hurts to see somebody saying that about me, and it's one of those things where if I just let it sit there, it's gonna bug me, so that I delete. But, like, if somebody posts a comment disagreeing with me, like this guy did, and his comment's still up there. He was a bit rude about it, but he wasn't outright hostile. He said something to the effect of, like, I wish that people who had your opinion would quit the game. I think that WoW is amazing right now, and you people don't consider that maybe the problem isn't with WoW, it's with you. And that you've just outgrown the game, or something like that. And, I mean, first of all, no. It's not. Right? Like, I don't really think I need to argue that obviously there is a problem with the game. But also, it's not that I'm sitting here saying, oh, WoW's terrible, I hate World of Warcraft, oh, like, I'm still playing the game. And that's another thing, like, the argument of, oh, if you don't like X, you should quit the game. As I even said in the rating video, just because I don't like something doesn't mean I don't want to keep playing the game. Rating is the reason I'm playing this game. The problem I have with a lot of this stuff in WoW is that at the end of the day, rating is the thing I want to do in this game. I have no interest in doing other stuff. And, you know, in Final Fantasy, if I want to raid, I can just do that. At any point right now, if I felt like it, I can go and craft a set for raiding, find a team for Savage, and start doing prog. Literally, it's that simple. And if I hadn't already leveled my crafting, there are multiple other really quick ways that I could get gear to hop into Savage raiding. It's super duper easy. So, in Final Fantasy, I'm not forced to do all of the other content. There is plenty of content in Final Fantasy that I do not enjoy. The reason why it doesn't bother me is because I am not forced to participate in that content. Like, right now, you know, when I was playing through Final Fantasy, the Bosja Liberation Front is up. It's something I want to check out at some point. But at the immediate moment, do I really want to do the Bosja Liberation Front? No, I didn't really want to. I just wanted to go through, experience the story, try out the new raids on normal difficulty, and then, like, do speedrun stuff, which I ended up stopping because, you know, reasons that should already well be known if you watch the Final Fantasy videos. But I wasn't forced to do the Bosja Liberation Front. If I want to do it, it's still there. I could. But the game at no point said, no, you need to stop doing whatever you're doing and go and progress through this Bosja Liberation Front because there's this system that you need to get. And there is a system in the Bosja Liberation Front. There's like the equivalent of artifact weapons, kind of. They're called relic weapons. But they're completely optional. As it so happens, they are currently best in slot for raiding.
I have no time for games.
But there are also viable alternatives. It's not really like artifact weapons in the sense that, like, it has all these important traits. It's literally just a stat stick weapon, like any other weapon in the game. At its max upgrade potential, it has, for most classes, I believe, better stats and is best in slot when it's fully upgraded. But you do not need it if you want to do Savage raiding. It's just one of those things where it'll help you, but you don't have to do it. And I know that the same argument can be said about, like, a lot of the stuff in WoW. Like, well, technically speaking, you don't need to upgrade your conduits. But, like, you kind of do. Because the problem with WoW is very much tuned in terms of damage. Like, your numbers actually matter a lot in WoW. In Final Fantasy XIV, even if you're, like, you still need to do good damage. There is obviously a minimal damage check that's required for most Savage bosses, but the damage check is generally reasonable enough to the point where if nobody dies and you just do the mechanics perfectly and play your rotation correctly and you have, like, even pre-raid BIS gear, if everybody does that, you'll kill the boss. There are no, like, insane gearing requirements. So, generally speaking, the demand to get full best in slot gear in Final Fantasy doesn't really feel that bad, I guess, because of the lack of intense damage checks. And also, one of the other things is the reality is Final Fantasy is not a very parse-oriented community. The only thing that you really need to have at least good damage for to get into is like a good Savage rating team. Yeah, they'll probably care about your logs, but that's the equivalent of Mythic rating. Like, yeah, in WoW, you need to have good Mythic rating, or Mythic parses, to get into a good Mythic guild. Or at least good Heroic parses to get into a good Mythic guild. Something. You need good parses or proof that you're not an idiot to get into any good team. So that's, like, a given. The highest level content will obviously have some form of player-created barrier to entry. But World of Warcraft has so much content leading up to that, which, because you're forced to engage with other players for it, and even in Final Fantasy, you do, in many cases, have to play with other players, but it's nowhere near as strict. Like I mentioned in my raiding video, you can queue for normal raids. You can get, like, intro to raiding gear, and because there are no damage meters, in pug groups, people, generally speaking, will just invite somebody that has a decent item level. They're not going to check to see if you have, like, orange parses or something like that. Nobody really gives a shit. Because generally speaking, if you go in there and you do the mechanics, you'll be fine. Like, yeah, if you join a pug group and you fail the mechanics over and over and over, you're probably going to get kicked. But you're not going to get kicked because, oh, you didn't do enough damage. Usually. I'm sure somebody's going to have one story of, oh, they joined, like, a Titania Extreme pug, and the pug leader was, like, super blah about it, and they got kicked because they didn't do enough damage. I don't fucking know, right? But, generally speaking, it's not a problem. So that's why a lot of these things in WoW are problematic. I want to play a certain type of content, and Blizzard tells me that, no, you cannot play this type of content that you enjoy unless you play this other type of content. So it's not that I'm saying I hate everything about WoW. It's not that I'm saying I want to quit because nothing in WoW is good anymore. Like, the reason why I dislike comments like what that guy put is because it's a bad faith portrayal of my argument. Like, what he's trying to say is that I absolutely hate WoW, and I don't think anything about WoW is good anymore, and that I should just quit, because if I don't like WoW, why am I still here? All I'm doing is sitting here and complaining. When that's just not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of good things about WoW. There's a lot of reasons why I still enjoy WoW. But I want it to get better. And especially, I want to not be forced to do content that I don't enjoy in order to do content that I do enjoy. I think it should be separate. So I think that is a perfectly valid complaint. I'm like, hey, I enjoy this game and I want it to get better. But in order for it to get better, people need to provide criticism. And that's one of the main things that I think Blizzard has lost sight of. They don't want to listen to this feedback. Blizzard has the mentality of that guy in the comments section of, well, if they don't like our game, they should just quit. Because we have a vision for what we want World of Warcraft to be. And if they don't like that vision, then, you know, sucks to be them. And I think that's just kind of a bad way to design your game. You should design your game to make it, you know, appealing to everyone. You shouldn't try to exclude people just because they don't like their vision. Work with players, don't work against players. It seems so simple. But yet some people believe that, like, if you don't love a game and you don't simp for it and defend every decision the developers make, then you're not, like, a true fan or something. And sure, I will sit here and defend the Final Fantasy developers until the end of time. But it's because they have a player-driven mentality. You know, if the Final Fantasy development team was forcing me to defend various systems, like, let's say I was forced to do PvP in Final Fantasy in order to actually do the parts of the game that I enjoy, I would have a lot of complaints about it. Because I do not enjoy the PvP in Final Fantasy. That is my personal opinion. But the Final Fantasy development team has made it a completely separate system that it literally has no connection to PvE whatsoever. So why would I sit here and say, I don't like PvP in Final Fantasy XIV. Because then the simple answer is, just don't play it. You can say that. If I don't like PvP in Final Fantasy XIV, I have that option. I can just not play it because I don't need to play it. But if I sit here and say, I dislike Korthia, I dislike Torghast, I dislike fucking Shards of Domination, that's a valid complaint because I need to engage with all of that if I want to do raiding. If I want to do raiding, I need to do Torghast every week to get my legendary. I need to do Korthia to farm upgrades for my conduits. I need to do this fucking Shards of Domination farming and go and kill normal bosses to try and RNG into it and then farm Stygian Embers every single week so that I can upgrade my shards over the course of like 5 weeks to stay viable because they give me a % damage increase. This is all stuff that I need to do. Ooh. But yeah, it's stuff I need to do if I want to raid. Because the reality is, if every single other player is doing this stuff, which of course they are, and I apply to a guild and say, hey, because I dislike the design of Shards of Domination, I'm not going to use it, and I'm just going to do 10% less damage than every other, like, Arms Warrior or Arcane Mage that you could recruit. That guild's going to say, well, okay, we'll recruit another one then. And part of this is because for a DPS, 99% of the time, your damage is all that matters. Your mechanical ability matters up until the point where you don't eat shit, pretty much. I mean, in Final Fantasy XIV, every single raid boss has, like, really intense mechanics that require every single DPS player to, like, really understand what the fuck's going on. WoW just does not do that. There are some bosses that do that, like, Fate Scribe, I guess, is a good example in this raid of, like, it's a randomly assigned mechanic that is really important to the encounter. So if you're a DPS and you get assigned that mechanic, you better know what the fuck to do, because if you don't, you're gonna wipe the raid. But, I mean, most bosses in this raid generally don't, like, matter, I guess. Sometimes you'll have, like, a debuff that you need to run out, like on the 9 or Guardian. Oh, I don't know. What else? There's basic stuff, like, you know, grapple across the gap for, Eye of the Jailer. Soul Render. I mean, Soul Render not really, because, like, you assign players to the chains, so it doesn't really matter. I'm checking for chests, because literally everything has been up so far, which means that on the off chance that another chest is up, that would be pretty good experience. But yeah, it's just one of those things where personal responsibility on the average DPS in WoW is much lower. Now, that doesn't mean that DPS in general don't have responsibilities, but you're generally speaking going to have that one person in your raid who really knows what the fuck is going on, and they're going to be the person that you rely on to do a lot of your special mechanics. Like, when you did, for example, Artificer Zymox, you weren't just telling random people, oh yeah, this pull, you're going to be running out the seeds, right? You had a set order of who was running out the seeds on which, which seed overlap or whatever, and it was usually, like, hunters or death knights or mages, etc. Sometimes Windwalker monks. And that meant that the responsibility was entirely on those players. And sometimes, yeah, there's a class that has a lot of responsibility. Like, historically, mages are assigned a lot of mechanics like that, because they have stuff like Alter Time and Blink and Ice Block and blah. Hunters are generally... sorry about that. I accidentally bumped my knee into my desk. But hunters are historically, like, a very mobile range DPS, so they can handle mechanics with ease. Death Knights, for specifically mechanics like that on Artificer, where there's, like, a pull-in effect and you can just negate it with Death's Advance, like, they're really good for that. So situations like that, Hey, I just realized I never got the Darkman Fair bow. Huh. I'm a fucking idiot. I was wondering why I was, like, way behind on experience. It's because I don't have Darkwind Fairbow. Eek. Well, that's gonna set me back a little bit. I'll adjust my route to compensate. I need to stop talking for a second just so I can route this out in my head on how I'm gonna recover from this. Okay, I have a plan. Obviously, here's the thing. I'm eating a time loss, but I think as we've already established, I'm not too concerned about time on this run. I mean, I'm still on world record pace. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, so a lot of classes are generally the ones that get assigned to those mechanics. Like, every other class in that fight, I mean, they were just sitting there pumping Zymox. They had no fucking responsibility whatsoever. But when you have only 4 DPS in a raid, your responsibility suddenly gets turned up a lot. Because now, you're responsible for, like, all of these different mechanics, and it can't be assigned to a different person. So, you know, that's why Final Fantasy has a lot of, like, player responsibility, etc. Ooh. I'm not sure where I was going with that. I'm pretty sure I had a point in mind when I started that explanation. But somewhere along the line, I lost my train of thought. And now I'm ejecting words with no sense of rhyme or reason. I don't know, I simp for Yoshi P. I'll fully fucking admit that. The dude's a fucking legend, right? Like, God. It actually, like, genuinely pissed me off when I watched Asmongold's video where he reacted to Soken basically announcing that he had cancer. And honestly, the first time I watched that video on my own, like when it was new, when it first happened, I cried like a fucking baby. I'll be completely honest. I was sitting there laying in bed under the covers, bawling my eyes out. Like, just thinking about that, God, like, greatest fucking developers of all time, those people. Actually just incredible. And then I see, like, and Asmongold, for the record, not knocking him, he thought the same. But there were people in his chat that were like, oh, this is so fake, like, they're pretending all this shit. And it's like, no, they're fucking not. Like, what? You think this guy just lied about having cancer to, like, make himself look better? Like, what world do these people live in? Like, are they that jaded from the World of Warcraft developers that they genuinely think that some guy talking about his genuinely difficult battle with cancer is just him trying to drum up publicity for Final Fantasy XIV? Like, fucking no, that was legit. And that's why it fucking hit hard. Because, like, these are your Final Fantasy developers. These people that care so much about the fucking game that they're willing to work through having cancer to put out a good product. Like, you can't make that shit up. That's just so fucking impressive, and I admire them so much for that. Just fantastic people, all of them. Like, I don't know. It's just, that's the thing. Like, one of the I guess problematic aspects of, like, the whole Blizzard scenario, problematics, I guess a bit of a underwhelming term to describe the whole Blizzard scenario, right? I think, honestly, at this level, spamming arcane missiles is just more damage. Because, like, right, arcane charges do nothing for me at this level. Technically speaking, I can use Arcane Barrage, but I don't have, like, any of the synergy that really makes this good. So I'm pretty sure just pressing 3 and killing things is faster until I get some of the higher level Arcane Mage passives and abilities. Anyways. Where's I going? Brain, help me out here. What were the words that I was trying to say? Please, brain, tell me. Also, I think I just do this. I think so. Yeah, seems about right. Actually, I'll keep this on 6. Yeah, okay. Anyways. Hello. I forgot one of the quests. Oh well. But yeah, so one of the problematic things about the Blizzard lawsuit is, I don't know, it's easy to continue playing a game that has bad developers. When I say bad developers, I mean bad developers, right? Like, if the developers and the game designers are bad, like bad at their jobs, I mean, you may hate their decisions, but it's still very easy to continue playing the game. Because you're like, yeah, sure, I mean, they're incompetent, but whatever. I mean, I still can enjoy parts of the game. But when you understand that, like, they're not just incompetent, they're also, like, garbage human beings. Not all of them, just to be clear, but a lot of them. Then it becomes increasingly more difficult, because you're like, well, I already don't support their game design decisions, but now it does feel a bit difficult supporting it. Right? And I don't know, it's how do I put this? I mean, this is kind of a bit of a larger topic, right? Like, I guess if I dislike Blizzard so much and I love Final Fantasy devs so much, why am I sitting here playing WoW instead of Final Fantasy? Well, the reality is I'm still playing Final Fantasy. I have an active sub to both games at this point. I will admit I'm spending a little bit more time actually playing WoW right now, because one of the main things is I'm kind of waiting on a lot of my friends to catch up. Like, I have a lot of friends right now who are playing through the game, like my cousin's currently playing through the game too, and once they all, like, catch up and hit max level, then I think it would be really cool to, like, make a Savage Raid team and, like, progress through the content. But that's also why I'm like, yeah, I could find a Savage Raid team now, or I could just wait for my cousin to finish leveling, and then I could, you know, form a Savage Raid team with him. At that point, we already have a quarter of the team, me and him, and he has some friends who would want to join, and I have some friends who would want to join. We can very easily make a full team. So I'm like, I might as well just, you know, wait for him. So I don't really want to do serious raiding right now because of that. It's not even like it's, you know, the tier just started. It's literally the end of the expansion. There's no rush at this stage. I mostly care about, like, going into Endwalker. So at some point before Endwalker comes out, I want to make sure my character, or at least my main spec, which will probably be Gunbreaker or Red Mage. I love Red Mage, but I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to play. Like, deep down, honestly, I want to play Red Mage. I love Red Mage. But, I mean, the reality is I like tanking. I'm good at tanking. And tanks are kind of desired in, like, high-end content in, like, any MMO. So it would probably be easier if I stayed as a tank, but I love Red Mage so much. Like, I just really want to play that, to be completely real. But I guess we'll see. Either way, I'm going to make gear sets for both of them. And I'll probably get my relic weapon for both of them. But yeah, I mean, I have time, right? Like, it's August. I have 3 weeks until school starts again, and until then, I have literally fucking nothing to do. So, I mean, nothing matters at this point. And right now, none of the stuff that I'm doing in Final Fantasy lends itself to video content. And I'm not, like, just doing this to have video content, right? But at the end of the day, like, I don't want to abandon my YouTube channel. Like, I do enjoy making YouTube videos. I enjoy, like, talking to people about it. I think, honestly, the biggest thing to me that I enjoy about the YouTube videos is the meeting people. Like, I mean, I'm not in this for money or anything. Frankly, I haven't even, like, obviously I have made money off YouTube, right? Like, you know, ad revenue and blah, blah, blah. But through a combination of not really caring all that much and, well, primarily laziness, I have not claimed a single penny that I've made off YouTube. Because to actually make, like, money off YouTube, I need to, like, hook up my Google AdSense to my bank account and blah, 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 blah. And every single month, I get, like, a little ping from YouTube that's like, we can't, like, give you your money, basically, because you haven't set up your bank account. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm just lazy. I'll do it eventually, right? But, I mean, I don't know. I know that probably makes me sound, like, really spoiled or entitled, but the reality is, it's like, what am I gonna spend money on right now? Like, I don't live on my own. I'm still in college. So, like, you know. And it's not like I don't have any money. So if I genuinely need to buy something, it's not like I'm flat broke and can't afford it. But in terms of the YouTube money specifically, I just haven't had a need to touch it yet. So it's like, yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. Like, to me, this isn't like I'm scraping by, like, dollar by dollar. Like, that's the thing. I see a lot of people out there, like, they're constantly chasing that, like, next big grind. In fact, here's the funny thing. Right now, all the content creators are hopping on New World. New World is, like, the big thing. The thing that, like, everybody's playing, that, like, everybody's making content on. And it's like, I mean, I'm not saying that everybody who's doing it is doing it to, like, clickbait and stuff. Like, I don't love using the word clickbait, at least not in wrong contexts. Because, like, is there a word for people who, like, jump on a trend or something like that? Or people who, like, see that, oh, this game is doing really well. Like, you know, all the people that make, like, millions and millions of Fortnite videos, because Fortnite's a popular game, or Minecraft videos. Like, here's the thing, I love Minecraft. Honestly. You'll never see me making videos about it, though. Because whenever I play Minecraft, it's just me and my cousin fucking around on some random, like, PvP server. I'm not gonna make videos about that. Fun game. I've played it for years. But, like, the day that I make clickbait Minecraft YouTube content is the day I die. Right? Like, that's not what I'm in this for. One of the nice things about WoW is because it's an MMO, and because, like, you know, a lot of other people, like, I can play with other people, I've met a lot of people, like, in-game through the YouTube channel. So that's one of the things I enjoy about it. I enjoy, like, sharing my opinions and having other people share their opinions with me, and, like, having really interesting conversations, like, either in the YouTube comments or on Discord. Like, that's what I enjoy through doing this. And it's also one of those things of, like, hey, if I'm gonna do this, like, really stupid challenge, you know, I might as well post a video of it. Like, I mean, full disclosure, one video that you're gonna see soon-ish, whenever I feel like I can actually complete it, is getting a flawless Torghast run on Layer 12 with no anima powers. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to prove a point. I want to prove that it's possible. Because at the moment, I'm honestly not sure that it is. I genuinely think that Layer 12 Torghast might be so overtuned that you need to RNG into good anima powers to get a flawless run on it. Now, completing a fast Layer 12 Torghast run is not hard. Even completing a fast, flawless Layer 12 run isn't that hard, because if you RNG into really good powers, it's easy. Like, if I were to go on my monk and I were to get a shit ton of corrosive dosage super early, then yeah, I'm gonna have a very fast Layer 12 Torghast run that would be probably flawless. At least if I had more item level. But all of these things are predicated on the fact that you have, like, anima powers. Because the problem is, everything has so much health that if you end up taking super long to kill mobs because you don't have the anima powers that you're expected to, like, reliably scale with the mobs, it might just reach a point where you fall so far behind the timer that you get penalized by such a large amount that you can't get a flawless run. Once again, I don't know for sure if this is how it'll go, but I have a sneaking suspicion that that's kind of how it will. But that's also why I want to try. You know, honestly, I've been doing this shit for years, even before I had a YouTube channel. Like, I would just do something like that and, I don't know, share it with my friends. Like, screenshot it and show it to my friends and be like, hey, look at this dumb thing that I did because I was bored. So, having a YouTube channel, at least I get to share that online. Hopefully some people get enjoyment out of me doing some dumb shit because I was bored. And then maybe I get to have people say like, hey, that's cool. And I'll be honest, it feels nice. You know, when somebody says like, hey, you know, the speedrun you did was really cool. Like, that makes me feel good. What can I say? It's rewarding when people enjoy stuff that I do. That's really the main reason I'm doing this. So I'm not going to hop onto New World, but the entire reason that I said that, well, I will say, if New World looks especially good, I would play it. The unfortunate thing is, what I've seen with New World so far makes me think I would not be interested in it. Now, I could be wrong, but I think I've made it pretty clear. Also, where are my NPCs? Hello? I've not seen this happen before. I've done this how many times, and I've never seen the NPCs just not spawn? They always, like, teleport to me. Hello? Small indie company. Where are my NPCs? Don't tell me they're, like, up here fighting a Worgen or something. Did they just despawn? What? Okay. Cool. I don't know what I did, but cool.
What is it?
Oh, where was I? Oh yeah, so I really enjoy like endgame PvE in MMOs. I also really enjoy story. Now, story is something that I don't like play MMOs for. And honestly, before Final Fantasy XIV, I didn't realize it was possible to tell a good story in an MMO, but it is one of the reasons why I love FF14. But I also love FF14 for its endgame and for its rating. For me, it's like the perfect game, right? Because I love really like intense PvE combat in any game, and I love a good story. Like those are probably, or actually also I love a good soundtrack. To me, those three elements are probably like in general the most important things for me in a game. Now, obviously, with an MMO, there's more important stuff like system design, zone design, blah, 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 blah. But generally speaking, those three things, like good story, solid competitive, like, or not competitive, but like solid, intense PvE stuff, and to a lesser degree, but still sometimes important, really good music. Like, I don't not play a game because it has bad music, but like, if a game has good music, it'll sell me on it. Like, Undertale is one of my all-time favorite games. I've said this before. And that's because it has, like, Sans and Undyne on, like, the genocide mode. Undyne isn't that hard, but Sans kicked my fucking teeth in. Took me, like, 90 attempts to finally beat him. And I know some people are probably like, oh, those are, like, baby numbers. Like, I beat him in 5 attempts or something. I'd like to think that I've gotten pretty good at him to the point where there's like a web version of the Sans fight, and I can beat it on my first try now consistently. It's kind of like in WoW, right? Like, once you know the mechanics, they're like built-in muscle memory. But that fight was really hard for me. It took me a while to, like, get it down. And that was, like, brutally difficult, and that sold me on Undertale. Like, the Undertale first captured me with its amazing story and music, and then I tried Genocide mode, and I was like, yes, this is the shit I live for. This, like, hard, competitive, or I keep saying competitive, but hard, challenging PvE gameplay. That's the shit that I live and breathe. And Undertale basically nailed all of my 3 favorite things. Like, I can still listen to its music and love it. I remember its story, and it was one of the best stories I've ever seen in a video game. And it provided me with an amazing challenge that I will never forget, and I still play multiple times. Other games that I like, Fury, F-U-R-I, since I know it's not super popular, so maybe a few people don't know it. But that game has an amazing soundtrack. It's basically like a boss rush game. Banger soundtrack. Story's pretty good. It's not the best, but pretty good. And the bosses get intense. And that game, that was challenging for me. But I beat it fully, and then I did speedruns of it. Not like super serious speedruns, but it had a speedrun mode. I played around with that a lot. It was really fun. Love that game. Still play it every now and then. Other games, Hotline Miami, once again, banger fucking soundtrack. Hotline Miami's story is, like, ridiculously convoluted and hard to understand, but I do kind of like it now that I think I kind of understand what it's about. And the gameplay is, it's so tight, really fucking difficult, and really rewarding once you master it. So, like, those are the kind of games I enjoy, in general.
What joy is there?
And MMOs, generally speaking, hit a lot of those notes. The story one, not always. I will admit, I loved the World of Warcraft story for years. Not so much anymore. Not at all anymore. But when an MMO can strike all 3 of those chords, which Final Fantasy can, because, some of that music, whew, it's just masterpiece. Like, I mean, everybody loves the Twinning soundtrack, right? Like, everybody is always like, oh my god, I first started listening to Final Fantasy music, and I heard the Twinning soundtrack. And, like, yeah, the Twinning, it's a bop. Like, you're not going to hear me say otherwise. But that's not even, in my opinion, the best soundtrack in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, holy shit, there's some good ones. Like, To the Edge. Just thinking about that song brings tears to my fucking eyes. I love Insatiable, which is like the final dungeon boss music in Shadowbringers. It's so good. It's so, like, intense and, like, really, like, gets your blood pumping. I love it. There's just a lot of other boss tracks, like, in raids and stuff that I love. So Final Fantasy is some of the best music in any game I've ever played. It has an amazing story, and the endgame combat is fucking awesome. So, it hits all those notes. Where was I going with this? I don't know where I was going with this. Shit. Crap. Yeah, well, that's the stuff I like in games, I suppose. Oh, I remember where I was going with this. New World. Right. Why is that guy marked with the skull? That's not the rare mob. So, New World, it's a game. It doesn't seem to really have a story. I've heard that it has kind of a story, but not really. It's more of just like an open world kind of like forge your own adventure game, which, I mean, is fine, right? Like, and I just said I enjoy Minecraft. Minecraft doesn't have a story, unless you include Minecraft story mode, but I'm not going to include Minecraft story mode. And then, I mean, Minecraft, for the most part, doesn't have the intense PvE combat, right? It doesn't. Plain and simple. But it's still fun. So, I could theoretically enjoy New World, maybe. Because it in many ways, it feels like, MMO Minecraft, kind of. But you can, like, you know, build around the worlds, and obviously nowhere near as, like, full creative freedom, right? But, like, you can build towns, and... Oh, hey, there's the rare. I was surprised he wasn't up. He was just taking a different path. Cool. But yeah, you can, like, build towns, you can chop down trees, etc., etc. Seems cool. It seems like the type of thing that I would play for, like, a week or two, and then get bored of, honestly. Because it's mostly an open-world sandbox PvP game. And that's just not my cup of tea. One of the main things I enjoy about Minecraft is finding a spot to build a base, and then sitting down and designing a really cool base with my cousin and my friends, and then I play for like a week, and I get bored, and then I quit for like a year. And then a year later, my cousin's like, hey, want to play Minecraft? And I'm like, sure. And then I play it for a week, and then we drop it for a year, and that's how it goes. So that kind of is what New World seems like to me, but with a lot more grinding attached, because, I mean, obviously it's an MMO. So it doesn't really seem like something I'd enjoy. I'm not saying it seems like a bad game, it's just, that is not the type of content I enjoy. I might get enjoyment out of it, but I would not really, really long-term enjoy that as, like, a main game. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? And honestly, if New World adds, like, endgame PvE, and it has, like, serious stuff, I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm down to check it out. Like, I would absolutely give it a try if it actually added stuff. Yo, chest number 2. I knew there would be a chest here. There's always a chest here. Let's fucking go. I'm happy about that. Didn't notice I've been slowly checking for chests. Are we going to have a repeat of the other run where I started at level 1 with, like, no external help and I found, like, 8 or 9 chests? Admittedly, this is on Illidan, right? This is not a Brazilian server. So, you would think that there would be more competition. But, you know, 2 chests. 2 chests is, like, the run average. That's, like, how much I can expect to get over the course of an entire run. So, we've already reached that. Any more chests, and I will be sitting pretty. But yeah, point being, New World, really not my cup of tea. And the reason I'm saying this is because if I had wanted to, not only could I have played New World now, when everybody else is doing it, I could have played New World during closed beta, like way, way before, and I know they technically call it closed beta now. I don't know why they call it closed beta when it's basically an open beta, because everybody and their mother can get in. But I could have played, like, the very, very early beta of it, because my dad works for Amazon. He literally said, hey, I got an email that says they're offering employees, like, test keys or something to get into the New World beta so they can give feedback or something like that. He doesn't work for the company, or for the section of the company that designs New World. He works for... Or maybe I shouldn't say this. Maybe my dad would be like, oh, that's confidential. Fuck if I know. But he does, like, training stuff. Where, like, he trains people to, like, use different systems, and, like, Amazon Web Services, etc. I don't really know much about it, but, like, when I walk the dog, my dad will, like, sit there and tell me stories about, like, you know, his work, and, oh, I did this today, and I got, like, a 5-star review because everybody says I'm really good at doing XYZ at my job, and blah, 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 and I'm like, thumbs up, good for you, buddy. I don't know, he seems to be doing well, so, happy for him, obviously. But yeah, so because he works at Amazon, not for New World, but for Amazon in general, and obviously Amazon is making New World, he got a key, like, months and months and months ago, to test New World, before, honestly, like, really many people at all were making YouTube content about it. And he even said, like, he was like, oh, you know, a lot of those, like, YouTube content creators, they're, like, jumping on the bandwagon, And I see them, like, always making, like, videos about, like, new games. Like, you can be one of the first people to make videos on New World. And I'm like, well, I've seen videos on New World. And it doesn't seem very interesting. So, no thank you, I'll pass. I'm not making videos on New World. It just does not seem very interesting to me. Wait, did I don't have portals yet? Huh. What level do I get portals? Or teleports? What? Wait, I do have teleports. I was about to say. Okay. I was like, I could have sworn that by level 20 I'd get a teleport. I was like, thinking I was crazy here for a second. But okay, we're good. What was I saying? Yeah. I don't know, point being, I could have jumped on that bandwagon. I could have chosen to be the clickbait content creator of like, oh yeah, you know, today we're going to be checking out New World and seeing what the hubbub's about this new MMO. Is it going to be the next WoW killer? No, obviously not, because, you know, only Blizzard can kill their own game. But I could have done that, and I didn't. I don't know if I should say you're welcome. Maybe some people would have wanted to see that. If so, sorry, but no, I don't want to. I'm gonna do what I enjoy. That's another thing, right? Like, nobody's outright said this to me, but I almost have a fear that people are gonna think that I'm playing WoW because I need to continue getting views or something like that. Like, I will admit, you know, no lie, it's a little bit depressing that within 2 days, 2 fucking days, my World of Warcraft complaint video has more views and likes than all of my Final Fantasy videos combined. Like, that is one of those fuck moments. You know, those videos are at this point like 2 weeks old. So in 2 weeks, all of my Final Fantasy videos combined could not get enough views and likes to compete with a single World of Warcraft video. So, yeah, obviously from a business perspective, that's like, well, obviously just stop making Final Fantasy videos, which I did. But in reality, the reason why I stopped making Final Fantasy videos isn't because I was like, oh, this is gonna be bad for my YouTube channel. I stopped making it because it honestly was making me feel bad. That's the truth of it. It was making me feel kind of sad when I, you know, put a lot of effort into doing the speedruns and, like, literally nobody watched it. And, hey, I'm not blaming people. I'm not like, oh, how dare you not watch my speedrun. I really don't watch speedruns a lot, to be honest with you. If I watch them, they're short. I would not watch my own videos, the speedrun ones. Frankly, I usually don't. When it's a speedrun, I'm usually just like, unless I distinctly remember, like, if I remember during a video that, like, oh, hey, like, usually it's, like, background noise. Like, usually my dad will, like, pop in and be like, hey, what do you want for dinner? And I'm like, hello, I'm recording. And he's like, oh, okay, well, we're ordering from someplace, so pick out what you want. Or something like that. So then I have to, like, go back, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember that happened. I have to edit out the audio just so you don't hear my dad being like, what do you want from, like, pizza place? Blah, blah, blah. But otherwise, it's, you know, usually I'm not going to watch my own videos, the long ones. I've watched the 20-minute ones, like, multiple times over. Because those are, in my opinion, digestible. And those are the types of videos that I love to watch. It's not even necessarily... Wait, why did I... My brain... I don't know what the fuck I thought I was doing here. That's what I was trying to do. But yeah, like, those are the types of videos that I love watching. The short, like, 20-minute videos that, like, talk about a specific topic that are, like, easy to I just realized what I did. Oh my god. Fuck! How am I this stupid? Fuck! Fuck! Well... See, like, I'm sitting here like, I accidentally clicked on the set Hearthstone button instead of the mount speed button. That was stupid of me. And then I go ahead and fucking Hearth without realizing that, no, you really fucked yourself because you fucked your Hearthstone. Fuck. And this is what happens. This is what happens when I sit here and ramble about dumb bullshit instead of focusing on the speedrun. If you ever wonder, so like, people always ask me, why do I not do speedruns on stream? Well, people have asked me why I haven't streamed recently. Reason I haven't streamed recently is because I am self-conscious and nervous and really don't know if anybody genuinely wants to watch me stream, or if there's only a few people asking just because they're curious as to why I stopped, and if I actually do start streaming, they just won't watch it anyway. Because the idea of, like, turning on a stream and having, like, 0 viewers and, like, talking to myself is the reason I don't stream right now. It's that anxiety, it's that fear. So I don't know. That is honestly, to be quite honest with all of you watching, if you are watching, I mean, obviously, if you're hearing this, then you are watching, but I guess what's going through my head right now, and this is what I mean, is I'm like, is anybody actually going to watch this speedrun? Is anybody actually going to watch to this point in time? I don't know. Maybe there's, like, a few people. If you are, hi. Thanks for watching. But I guess that's the same concern with streaming. Like, with a video, I can throw it up there, and the reality is, if nobody's watching, I don't know. Right? Like, it gets views, usually. Do I know if people are just clicking on it and, you know, like, usually there's a bunch of people, I assume, that, like, enjoy some of my other videos, and so they, like, click on it, leave a like, and leave a comment. And, first of all, thank you, by the way, people who do that, but, like, I get comments on my videos sometimes within, like, the first 3 minutes of uploading, and they're like, great video, and I'm like, I mean, thanks, but you also definitely didn't watch it, because I uploaded it 3 minutes ago. So, I appreciate your support. I'm not complaining. I really do appreciate the people who do that. The way I interpret that is like, you really liked my older videos, so you just want to help support me. And you know what? That makes me happy. And I really do appreciate that. But that's the thing. I'm always never sure how many of the people watching are those people who are just like, yeah, you know, Harlan's a cool dude. I'll click on his video to give him a view and a like, and I'm not actually going to watch it because I don't really care enough to watch the full speedrun, which I'm not saying that you should. But that's also why I'm like, you know, am I wasting my time doing that stuff? Should I focus more on things that people will watch? I don't know. It's just like, a lot of times I get in my own head about stuff like that. But then, here's the thing. When I'm streaming, if nobody's watching, I am very full aware of that. So, then, if I was streaming to nobody, I would just be like, I would kind of feel shitty about it, right? Like, I wouldn't want to do that. So, the anxiety of something like that happening makes me not want to stream. I guess, in order for me to stream again, I would probably need to at least be confident that somebody would watch it. Just so I could assure the anxious part of my brain that it's probably wrong. And that no anxious part of my brain, people will watch the stream. You don't have to worry, that kind of thing. Why did I get onto this topic? Think, brain, think. I don't know. Oh, yes, right, yes. So, a bunch of people have asked me, like, so, I'm sure that some people watch the Final Fantasy videos. Not a lot. I mean, some of them have, like, barely 100 views, which I generally speaking assume that only, like, 5 to 10% of people actually watch the video. So that tells me that about, like, 5 people probably watched the Final Fantasy speedrun. Or partial speedrun before I scrapped it halfway through. So, to me, that basically says, like, it's just not worth my time. I guess it's not that I don't appreciate those 5 people doing it, but I guess, like, so this is one of those things that kind of, like, the exact answer, like, eludes me. Because it's like, how do you determine what content is worth making, right? Because at the end of the day, like, when I first posted my first ever speedrun, which now has, like, 180,000 views, which is fucking insane, by the way. My guide for speed leveling in Shadowlands finally passed 200,000 views, which, holy shit, right? Like, it's actually really funny and kind of sad to me when I look at my, like, YouTube analytics, and I'm like, what videos are people watching? And I see that my video that I made, like, 9 months ago, more than that, actually, at this point, 10 months ago? Because it was before Shadowlands. 10-month-old video is getting more views per week than any of my new videos. That's, I mean, it's cool that people still really like that video. It makes me happy because, honestly, that Shadowlands leveling guide, or pre-patch leveling guide, but still works in Shadowlands, obviously, that was hell to edit. And it makes me also a little bit sad because a lot of people complain about, like, the audio issues to the point where I literally had to retroactively go and put a pinned comment on that video, basically being like, yes, I know that there are audio issues. I made this 10 months ago. I've tried to improve the issues since then. Please stop putting comments telling me that. Because that honestly is a bit depressing when people leave comments like, fucking audio issues make this unwatchable. Like, fix your shit before you upload to YouTube. Like, it was my second ever video. What do you want from me? I tried really hard on it. I know it wasn't perfect. But, like, that's the thing. I spent so much time working on that video. I literally spent, I think it was like 3 days straight. Like, I had all the footage. I had all of the audio of, like, me, like, I basically, well, I wrote the guide. The guide took me a while to make, obviously, because making a written guide takes time. Because I need to make sure it's, you know, well-structured, easily readable, blah, blah, blah. I need to make sure it's, like, descriptive enough so that everybody can, like, understand it. So that took me a lot of, like, writing and then editing, etc. And then, after all of that, I had to basically turn the guide into a script for the video. So I had to basically condense the written guide into what was really important for the actual video. There were also a lot of visual components that I had to record. Like, I literally went out and found each and every single rare mob, some of which weren't up for a while, so I had to literally keep checking back so I could get footage of that rare mob and its spawn location for the video, because I wanted to do that. I felt that was important. Then I had to, like, after I did the script, record it all, and that was, like, over 30 minutes of talking. And, I mean, that took a lot of takes. At that point, I wasn't quite as used to it, obviously. So, yeah, it took me a bit more, like, practice talking through it than, you know, currently stuff would. But, yeah, it was grueling, honestly. And then after all of that, I had to sit down in Adobe Premiere. I spent, like, 3 days straight, like I said, editing. Just video editing. Taking the audio, taking the video, putting it together, I had so many different or video clips that I need to edit over the audio at the correct time. It was a lot. Like, literally, I remember, like, I started the work for it on, like, Friday. I spent all of Friday, went to sleep, woke up Saturday morning. I went up, got my coffee, said hi to my dad, went downstairs, worked on my video the entire day. Went to sleep, woke up, same thing, all day. Literally didn't even log into WoW for those 2 days, just video editing. Because at that point, I was like so set on, I am going to do this. I am going to make this video. And I want to make it good. As good as I could with, you know, the knowledge and skill set that I had at the time. And I was happy with how it turned out. So, on one hand, I am very happy because I put so much effort into that video that it does make me really, really happy that it's still doing well. Because it's doing infinitely better than I could have ever expected. So that's cool. But it also does feel bad when it's like, man, something I made 10 months ago is still doing better than the things that I'm putting effort into now. So, it almost gives me that feeling of like, why bother? When like, you know, the new videos I make apparently aren't even remotely as good as like the video I made 10 months ago. Even still, even after it's reached its like popularity peak. Admittedly, now the new WoW videos are doing well by comparison. The Alliance speedrun was decent, but still, on average, less videos per week, or less views per week than than the original like speedrun stuff. But I don't know, they're still doing okay, but yeah, the new stuff, assuming the trajectory still holds, like, obviously, who knows, but the 9.1 video and now the rating video are both getting solid views, I would say. Enough that I at least feel comfortable continuing that series. So I wasn't entirely sure if I was going to continue doing that series, if I was going to continue making the whole, leveling, or not leveling, or what's wrong with, like, modern WoW design, that kind of thing. I don't know why I said level. Because I am leveling, and my brain is fried, and I had a random thought about leveling, and how I'm going to do these videos. But, point being, if the videos didn't do well, there's 2 chrome bushes. If the videos didn't do well, I would have stopped making them. I wouldn't have plans. I probably wouldn't have done the rating one. And I definitely would not be planning to continue with, like, the video on Covenants, but there seems to be a decent amount of, I guess, I wouldn't say demand. It's not like people are like, oh, I really want to see more content like this, but people are watching it, and the likes also say a lot to me. Like, obviously, the first video, a bit contentious. It still has a very healthy like-dislike ratio. But, the new one is overwhelmingly positive. People seem to like that. Wait, why did I... Did I just not equip this? Oh, I don't know. Okay. But yeah, people seem to really be liking the rating video, based on just the metrics, I guess. So if people enjoy that, I'll continue doing that series, which I'm happy about, because I really wanted to continue doing that series. But once again, if I was just screaming into the void and nobody was watching, I wouldn't have any motivation to keep doing it. Like, I don't know, especially with videos like that, like the essay type videos, it's one of those things where if nobody was watching it, I would have no purpose to make that. Because, obviously, I'm not getting anything out of that, right? Like, it's not like I am unable to have, like, a unique thought unless I put it into a video format. So, The literal only reason for me to make those videos is to share my opinions with others. So, the, I guess, continuation of those videos is predicated on the idea that people actually care about my opinion and want to hear it. And I'm happy to see that evidently a decent amount of people do. So, I'm going to keep sharing my opinion. But, you know, the speedrun stuff, at least in a vacuum, I could sit here and claim that, well, even if, like, people aren't super watching it or whatever, at least you're gaining something out of it. But the reality is, it's one of those things, right, where, like, if I had to choose between leveling it as a video speedrun and then uploading that to YouTube and getting 0 views, or not turning my speedrun into a video and then just leveling without having to talk, without ending the video with my voice completely dead, and then, you know, not being able to listen to music, I would definitely choose to just be like, well, why would I make it a video if nobody's going to watch it? I'd rather just level the character listening to music and not having to talk over it. Hell, sometimes you know, if I'm feeling bored, I throw up another Bellular video or something like that, and I listen to that while I'm leveling or doing whatever, like dailies in Korthia. So that gives me something to distract myself with, instead of having to focus on killing inconspicuous bears. Blah. So I don't know. I guess, obviously, one of the other things I mentioned earlier, like when I tripped over my words and said speedrun or leveling or whatever, instead of, like the essay videos. The reason I said that is because, like, the thoughts that were going through my head at the time were, hold up, how am I going to divide this video in terms of YouTube stuff? Because this is going to end up, I believe, being over 10 hours long. So, as a result, I can't upload it straight to YouTube. I wish I could, but, I mean, it's impossible, right? Like, I can't just upload a 10-hour video to YouTube. It literally would not allow me. So, that means that I have to split this up. I'm checking for a Lost Son of Arugal, by the way. That's why I'm going here. It does patrol up until this point, but it's not up. So we'll move along. But yeah, so I wish I could, but the reality is that I'm gonna be forced to probably do this in 2 parts. Obviously, I'm gonna split it at the 50, level 50 mark, because it does make a good splitting point. It's in many ways the halfway point, because they both take around the same amount of time. Ironically, that 50 to 60 takes longer than, you know, 1 to 50 or 10 to 50. I really don't think that should be the case, but it is what it is. But yeah, so because that makes for a natural splitting point, I'll leave it there. But assuming I don't have any problems like with the Alliance Druid run, like Alliance Druid run, when I got to the end, I was just literally dead. Or when I got to the end of the level 50 section, I was literally dead, and I was like, God, I just want this to end. Pretty much. And I just... I was like, I want to go lay down in bed and just die. And I also wasn't having fun, right? Like, because one of the other things is, I've actually... I wouldn't say I'm enjoying leveling this mage, right? Like, to me, leveling isn't fun, contrary to what you might believe. Like, I know some people think that I really enjoy leveling. I don't. I hate it. That's why I optimize it. Because I want to spend as little time leveling as possible, I try to make it as efficient as possible. That's literally why I speedrun. I speedrun so I can spend less time doing this shit. But I am kind of enjoying this in the sense of I am getting something out of this. At the end of this process, I'm going to have a mage. And at the moment, I don't have a max level mage. And I am excited to not only try Arcane, because Arcane seems fun, it's something I'm excited to play, but I also know that there's that other video series that I want to start making, and that one I will say, I am going to make regardless on whether people are watching. So I know I say this sometimes, and then I end up scrapping it, but the problem with the Final Fantasy one is I said that I was going to make it regardless on whether people were watching, and then I lost any motivation. So initially I was saying that because I had motivation to do the run. But the moment I stopped having fun doing the speedrun, because of like all of the RNG involved in the Final Fantasy speedrun, at that point I had no interest in continuing the run. And then nobody actually had interest in watching, so if I wasn't interested, then why would I continue making the video? Just pointless, right? But here, unless something magically changes and I just lose motivation to continue playing, I guess, I am really excited to try out Arcane Mage. And I mean, if I get, like, halfway there, and I'm already getting my mage, like, really close to being ready to, like, finish the challenge and get AOTC, at that point, like, knowing myself, I just don't see myself giving up. Because one of the other things about Final Fantasy is there's no point in having alts. You can level all classes on a single character, so I already have Paladin leveled. Getting that alt does nothing for me. And it was also on a Chinese server, or not a Japanese server. And because it was on a Japanese server, I wouldn't even be able to, like, mail over the money I made while leveling to my main character or something in Final Fantasy. Like, I would have gotten literally nothing out of that run, so I was like, fuck it, why am I doing this? But here, well, I guess it is on Illidan, but regardless of whether or not it's on Illidan, so much shit is cross-realm now that, like, it doesn't matter. Like, none of my friends are on Mal'Ganis, which is the server I play on. What the fuck? This quest is bugged. Huh. So this is the second bug I've seen in this, like, run. And it's also the second bug I've seen that I've never seen before. I've literally never seen this quest bug out. And this isn't just a personal quest. That NPC spawns for everybody. This is permanently broken. There's literally only one thing I can do, and that's turn off war mode and hope that that fixes it. That's it. I have no other solution. Man, what is going on with the game? This is kind of sad. Honestly. Yikes, Blizzard. Big yikes. Is there an innkeeper here? Do I have to go to the Sepulchre? Yeah, I have to go to that.
Speak quickly.
Man. Oh yeah, and I have a 30-minute Hearthstone cooldown. Fuck! Come on! Well, I have a minor backup strat. I'm gonna finish Silverpine because the end of Silverpine is still worth it. Like, if this was the last quest, I sometimes skip the last or final two quests in Silverpine because they are kind of, like, I believe they're efficient, but they're, like, only barely efficient. The point where you could argue that it's not. But there's so many quests left that are still really efficient. I'm just going to continue, but what I'm going to do is, because of the fact that I'm on war mode now, all of the rares should now be up. So in theory, while I wait on my Hearthstone to wear off, I can go over and kill all of the rares that I've already killed, but because it's war mode, it's a different instance, and they should be back up. So we're checking for Lost Son of Arugal. Obviously, complete crapshoot as to whether or not this guy's up, but yeah. I think a lot of people, actually, you know, I should mention this because it's kind of funny. I've seen a ton of people comment on the original, like the very original video, where I was doing the first Volpera speedrun. Actually, I should mention, by the way, fun fact, the next video that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to finish leveling the Volpera from that first ever speedrun video. So the video that has like 180k views of me leveling my Volpera from 10 to 50 and getting the world record at the time. I've since beaten that world record, of course, but at the time it was. That character, I still have it. I actually do not have a hunter at level 60 currently. And as I mentioned, I want to play survival again. And that character is going to be what I'll be playing survival on. And hey, there we go. There he is. The man himself. I was just talking about. Alright. Yeah, so I will be actually leveling that original world record hunter up to 60. So, I mean, I'm going to enjoy it. I really want to play survival again. I think it would be really fun to do that. And yeah, so that's probably going to be the video schedule for now. So you're going to see part 1 of this speedrun, then obviously part 2 of this speedrun, because currently, unless my plans change halfway through the run, I currently plan on recording this as a complete single segment, no interruptions, 1 to 60. And I'll probably even submit it to speedrun.com, because why not? And then ooh, but here's the thing. I just realized, so in order to submit it to speedrun.com, I actually need to have it be a single file, which is slightly problematic, because that means that in order to in order to make it a YouTube video, I would actually need to go in and chop the video in half, basically. So I would have to basically upload the full video to like Google Drive or something. Shit, I actually... How would I do that? Huh. I actually don't know how to do that. Maybe I won't upload it. The problem is, like, everybody streams their like, world record. And by that, I mean, like, there's, like, 2 people that actually do, like, world record, 10 to 60 runs. So they stream theirs on Twitch, which saves, like, full-length VODs, so they're able to just submit the VOD. I can't. I mean, it'll still technically be world record, right? So, like, do I really care? Eh. Once again, I'm not doing this because I want to get a world record. In fact, it's a world record by default. So it's not even that impressive of a world record. I can still call it world record, because it is. But, who fucking cares? It's not on speedrun.com. Honestly, I really... The more time goes on, I strongly dislike the moderators of World of Warcraft on speedrun.com. To the point where I probably just... If I do more leveling speedruns, I think I'm just going to stop giving a shit about that website, because they just do not do a good job at all of keeping a balanced rule set. They create new categories, because people ask for them and then they just don't copy over the rules. But then it's not just that they don't copy over the rules, they don't fucking care. Like, for instance, the main category for speedrunning in like 10 to 50, which is the category that I was doing, that I have the Horde world record in, and that like a lot of other people were submitting runs for, is New Game Plus, no grouping. So New Game Plus obviously means you can use stuff like heirlooms, so literally nobody does new game speedruns because it's fucking miserable. But then no grouping was a rule that I pushed for, that they eventually made, because grouping kind of ruins the integrity of the run for a few reasons. Now, one of the main things that I had been saying for a while is it's a slippery slope. If you allow grouping for some things, eventually somebody's going to do a speedrun where they're literally just getting carried, and that's going to be their run. And now, admittedly, I pushed for this rule for innocuous stuff. Like, a few people were doing runs where they would have a warlock summon them to, like, a different city to instantly get there and, like, get to a new quest area. Like, for Alliance, that was a big thing. For Horde, it wasn't a huge deal, but for Alliance speedruns, one of the biggest problems in getting to Loch Modan is, well, getting there. There's not a lot of efficient ways to get to Loch Modan. But here's the thing, Dark Iron Dwarves have a racial that lets them teleport straight to Ironforge, which means that they can get to Loch Modan much faster than pretty much any other race. From Stormwind, that is, but that's where everybody starts. Now, what this means is that for speedrunning potential, you get a good 5-minute or so time save by playing as Dark Iron Dwarf. So that is an interesting routing thing. But if you allow grouping, basically one of Dark Iron Dwarf's biggest advantages is just thrown in the trash because anybody can immediately Warlock summon straight to Loch Modan. And that's why people were using it. Because, yeah, it's kind of problematic to get to Loch Modan, so let's just use a Warlock summon and not think about it. And that's lazy, in my opinion. It's cheating. It's, oh, we can't think of an efficient way to route in traveling to Loch Modan, so let's just have somebody do it for us. And basically, cheat. Now, at the time, it was not against the rules, so it wasn't cheating. But I made what I believe to be a justified argument that it kind of feels like cheating. Because when you're able to just skip an important part of the routing, then yeah. And you're not just skipping something with, like, external use. Like, if you were skipping it by mailing yourself a really good item that let you skip it, well, sure, that would be part of the speedrun preparation. But when you're relying on other people to do something for you that lets you skip a difficult part of the route, that I dislike. And ultimately, the mods did agree, and they made that category the main category. And that's what everybody runs. And now, you don't see people doing that. And now, the current Alliance world record is using a Dark Iron Dwarf because of that reason. So, I think, literally, my point is completely defended on that topic, because not only did it open up new routing potential, but people use that routing potential to get world record on Alliance. Personally, I don't care enough. I don't play Alliance. I don't really care to get the world record on it, but I think it's cool. I think it's cool that somebody used that strat. That was the literal strat that inspired me to campaign for that rule. Because I was like, if somebody wants to incorporate this into their run, they're basically fucked. So it makes me really happy that the entire reason I decided to do that in the first place ended up being vindicated, right? So that's cool. But for some reason, the mods are just fucking lazy, and they make these new categories for like 1 to 60, and then they just don't copy over the rules. And then they make a new category for 10 to 60, and they don't copy over the rules. So now, remember when I said that it's a slippery slope because eventually somebody's going to submit a run where they literally just get carried? Well, guess what somebody did? They submitted a run where they literally just get carried. Why did I... I'm sure, if you don't know why I'm punching myself in the head right now, I don't even know what to say at this point. What can be said? I fucked up twice already. This is one of those things that kills my motivation to keep going. Like, if this was a speedrun, this would never see YouTube. I've actually had runs like this. Where something horrendously bad goes wrong, I do something ungodly stupid, and then I just say, fuck this run, I'm way too tilted to continue, and I throw it out. Stop the footage, chuck the footage into the fucking recycling bin, done, and I go lay down and sleep. And that's demoralizing as hell, right? I will admit, this one does kind of piss me off a little bit, because, like, if I make one really stupid mistake, like with the fucking overwriting the Hearthstone thing, okay. But when I distract myself from talking 2 times in a single fucking run, then I start to get pissed at myself, because then I'm just a fucking dumbass. Sorry, I'm getting mad now, and I shouldn't be getting mad. I'm fucking tilted at how stupid I'm playing right now. I'm gonna take my mind off it by go fucking killing some rare mobs. I don't care at this point. Minor detour. You guys get to see a rare mob route that was tested for the speedrun, but ultimately never used. I think I actually used part of this route in my very first ever Volpera Hunter run, when I basically adapted the route to use Western Plaguelands, yeah. But generally, you're never going to see this, because I do not use it. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So, like I said, I should probably explain what I did. So, the reason I went back and set my Hearthstone in the Sepulchre is because what I was supposed to be doing... I'm sure a lot of you have already figured this out, but just in case you haven't figured out why I'm such a fucking idiot. I was supposed to go back and set my Hearthstone in the Sepulchre. Then, I was supposed to disable War Mode, go and finish that quest, then I was supposed to teleport to Orgrimmar, and hearth back to the Sepulchre. And then I could, at that point, have War Mode re-enabled and just continue with the questline once the bug is fixed. Now, at some point in my head, I got it confused, and I had convinced myself that I was going to enable War Mode and then return to the Sepulchre, even though at this point I still had War Mode turned on. I honestly don't understand how I had managed to trick myself into thinking that, and that's why I'm mad. I don't see how I fucked that up. I don't know why my brain did that. So it just pisses me off. Honestly, the only run that's reached, like, levels of being this bad is the Alliance Paladin run, which coincidentally was also a run that I did with basically no speedrun consumables, kind of half-assing it. Fuck. I wasn't sure if that would kill me or not, but I knew I needed to take the risk. I don't think the Murloc rare spawns here. I think it's on the southern beach. Okay. Yeah, and in that run, you might notice that I went to some random places. Admittedly, a lot of the footage was cut up. So I think you can see places where I'm in, like, Arathi Highlands for some reason. That's because I just went on a random detour across the continent and just went hunting for rare mobs because I was bored. Honestly, a lot of times, this is what I do when I'm bored during speedruns. I just say, fuck it, fuck my speedrun route. I'm just gonna go hunt for rare mobs because, like, it's mindless killing and farming. And it's still decent experience. But then I don't have to pay attention and potentially fuck up something like that. There we go. But yeah, like, look at my experience. 2 bars. That's basically like a quest. Look how fast it was. Where was I? Right, yeah, so that guy, he uploaded a speedrun where he's literally just getting carried by his friends. Like, he has a druid running around pocketing him, one-shotting every single mob he tags, and then the best part is his 50 to 60 experience. First of all, uses pre-nerf time-walking dungeons, so you know that he was trying to abuse that to get a world record in a category that, like, nobody runs for some fucking reason. But he used pre-nerf time-walking with a full pre-made group, and then literally the rest of it, so I can only guess that, like, halfway through his run, time-walking got nerfed, because admittedly it didn't last for that long, so it probably got nerfed while he was doing the run, and then he swapped to just doing regular Shadowlands dungeons. And then he's just sitting there, getting boosted by 4 level 60s through Shadowlands dungeons. And I'm watching this like, what the actual fuck? How is this approved? Or at least, how can you approve this and not go, yeah, maybe we should implement the same category and rules that we did for the other fucking runs? Because the other 2 people running that category did their runs, like, legit. They approached their runs with the same rule set that is used for 10 to 50, which involves no grouping. But this guy just shit all over that, like, spirit of the rules crap, said, fuck it, I'm just gonna have my friends carry me, and because the World of Warcraft speedrun.com mods don't give a shit, they just said, yeah, sure, we'll allow it. I mean, like, look, the guy who moderates those fucking runs literally told me himself that he doesn't give a shit, and that when he watches this, he literally just turns off the audio, puts it at like 2 times speed, and just half pays attention while he does other stuff. And like, okay, sure, but at least pay the most minimal fucking amount of attention to see if the guy actually did something that is probably, like, category breaking and maybe should require you to do something. But no, they don't fucking care. They don't even run their own fucking game. I honestly do not understand why those people moderate World of Warcraft. Like, they don't fucking run it. I've literally never seen them submit a run. So why the fuck are they doing this if they don't care? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not volunteering. I am not fucking volunteering. I don't want to moderate World of Warcraft speedrun videos. But, I mean, one of 2 things can happen. Either find somebody that actually wants to do these things, or just stop fucking doing speedrun.com for World of Warcraft. And have the speedruns be an informal thing in the community. But when you have shit like that, where some dude just shits all over, like, the generally agreed upon rules, and the moderators just say, I'll allow it, like every single fucking TV judge ever, I mean, what's the point? I was actually, so, fun fact, I was originally gonna make this character a Nightborn. I was gonna do a 10 to 60 run and actually try to do it semi-seriously as a Nightborn. Now, I was also debating not doing that from the very beginning because I was also thinking, well, maybe I can do, like, this as a test run, and then I can go ahead and do a full, ooh, there it is. When do I get the AoE Arcane Barrage? That's gonna make AoE so much easier. But yeah, so I don't know, it's just... I dislike that. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I really dislike that. I dislike when the spirit of the rules are just kind of like shit upon. Oh yeah, I remember what I was saying. So yeah, I was thinking of playing a Nightborn, and then I also thought maybe I'll just continue doing this run as a troll, which is kind of what I wanted to level it as. And then I could go ahead and do like an actual competitive druid run for 10 to 60 at another time. But now I'm doing a troll, and I just don't even give a shit about the 10 to 60 category. Because nobody on the fucking speedrun.com moderation actually gives a shit about it.
Keep your guard up.
And I mean, I'm gonna be completely real here. I don't care enough to, like, actually do the run for my own personal, like, self-interest, right? Like, I'm not interested... Fuck. I'm not interested in trying to get that world record. It's a non-world record. Nobody gives a shit about it. It's an uncompetitive category. It's extremely unrefined. I'm so confident that I can beat it that I don't care enough to beat it, if that makes sense. Like, the reason why I cared so much about getting that original world record is because it was hard. Because I had to do a shit ton of route planning, a shit ton of practice to actually complete that original speedrun and break the world record. And then it took me a lot of, like, practice, iteration, and stuff like that to continue lowering the world record. And at that point, I had the goal of getting a sub 5-hour time without using the anniversary buff, which I accomplished. And I felt really fucking good about that. My final run, without the anniversary buff, I, like, destroyed the time on that. Like, I didn't just get sub 5 hours. I got, like, 4 hours and 44 minutes or something like that. Like, I trashed that timer. I felt really fucking happy. So, I had, like, a lot of personal motivation and stake in doing that speedrun. But it was because it was difficult. But I have no interest in going for a world record that I know is so unrefined and unoptimized that, like, I could do it with my eyes closed, right? Like, that would mean nothing to me. Because, first of all, like, I don't give enough of a shit to try and refine strategies for Shadowlands. Like, the reality of Shadowlands is that the leveling in it is super boring. One of the things that made, God, I hate how bugged this rare is. Okay, yeah, I can kill it this way. I knew there was, like, a special place you had to stand. Not intentionally by the dev's design, but because of the way it's broken. There's, like, a specific area you need to stand in to, like, get that mob to not evade bug. It's been like that forever, and they've still never fixed it. But whatever. Anywho. What was I saying? Oh, yeah,
What is it?
yeah, like, I need some sort of motivation, I guess, or, like, challenge to want to do a speedrun. And if that challenge isn't there, then I just don't care. Like, I could do that run, but because Shadowlands leveling isn't interesting, I have no personal motivation to refine the route. Because here's the reality, right? Like, when they did Threads of Fate, the reason I was at first so interested in finding a fast leveling route is because of the fact that there were so many possibilities. So, I had seen people saying, oh, WOD's going to be the fastest, WOD's going to be the fastest. And I was like, I don't think it will be. I knew that there was a faster route out there. I'm like, there's no way that WOD will be the fastest when you look at all of the different zones combined. Because I had known for a fact for years that Silver Pine Forest was an extremely quest-dense zone. I'd done it multiple times. And then, of course, you're going to have people out there taking credit like, oh, well, that was my route from back in WoD. And it's like, well, fuck you. I don't care about what route you used in WoD. It's common game knowledge that I've known about for years. And when I built that route, because I built that fucking route, I didn't use somebody else's route from back in WoD. You know who you are. Go fuck yourself for trying to take credit for something that I did. I spent a lot of time testing multiple different zones. I went out, I tested, like, Fellwood, I tested Eastern Plaguelands, Western Plaguelands, Hinterlands, lots and lots of different zones. I basically set a timer, I recorded it, I literally leveled up multiple hunters to level 30. Because I did all my testing on a hunter at the time, right? So, I leveled up multiple hunters to level 30 so that I could get an accurate idea of how much experience I would actually get. And then at level 30, I would do a zone, record the XP values, and delete the hunter. Literally just hours of effort gone purely for science. But I did all that. I spent all that effort so I could record accurate data on what the fastest zones were so that I could plot out what I believed would be the most efficient route. And I did. And because there were so many possibilities, it was really interesting for me to do. Because, like, a lot of my friends would be like, oh, hey, have you tried this zone? I think this one might be fast. I remember doing this zone back in the day, and it was really efficient. So I would go and try their suggestion. And then, in many cases, I found that it wasn't as efficient. But I would still try it. I would still record my data. There is a Google Doc somewhere out there that I probably have forgot about. But I had, like, constant documents of exactly what, how much XP per hour, or I forget what metric I was using. Some, like, XP per, I think I used XP per 10 minutes is what I went with. And I compared the values of XP per 10 minutes between multiple different zones to figure out which ones were efficient and which ones weren't. And that was how I determined my original speedrun route. But Shadowlands currently is literally an on-rails experience. I was excited for Threads of Fate because Threads of Fate actually has a lot of possibilities. Problem is, right now, all of those possibilities are fucking dog shit compared to just doing the storyline, which is an on-rails experience. The only thing that matters is which side quests do you want to do to efficiently gain experience to not get hit with the roadblocks. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's already solved. I think all of the runs that have happened ever since my beta tests have used the exact same side quests. Yeah, there's, like, very, very few ways to speed up the process. It would just be doing a really optimal run of a really boring route. And I mean, I honestly, as much as I love Silver Pine Forest and Hillsbrad, I really hate doing this route. It's still kind of boring, even 10 to 50. While leveling is pretty boring. I mean, honestly, leveling in any MMO, it's kind of boring. And that's kind of the unfortunate truth of it, right? I don't necessarily enjoy this. It is what it is. I gotta do it if I want to level this character, so I might as well try to just optimize it, make it as efficient as possible. And, I don't know. I forget where I was going with this. Kree. Ooh. See if I've gotten any loot that's worth using. That's an upgrade. Should probably vendor a lot of this stuff though.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you. Good fortune to our friends.
Yeah, so point being, I have no interest in refining that route. I don't think that I could refine it at all. And then here's the thing, if there are tricks that I haven't discovered, I'm not going to be the one to discover it, because like I just said, I don't care about that route. I hate the Shadowlands leveling experience. So it would inevitably be somebody else who stumbles upon it, discovers it, and shares it. And by that point, they'd probably use it to beat my record, in which case I would have no interest in taking it back. So it would just be a pointless run for me to try to do. Because I wouldn't be interested in it for my own purposes. It would literally just be to say that I did it. And at the same time, I mean, how many people here would be interested in watching me take the world record for a category that, like, literally nobody cares about? It doesn't even make for good YouTube content, too, because it's not necessarily enjoyable for YouTube to be like, hey, this is the most efficient way to do the exact same set of quests that you've already done. You know, actually, okay, I actually just had an idea. So there are a few tricks in Shadowlands leveling. A few, not a lot. But there are some, which you'll see me do. And I think that while I wouldn't want to make a whole guide on it, like, I made a very detailed route guide originally because the whole concept of going to Silverpine Forest and doing all those quests in, like, Silverpine and Hillsbrad, and the whole idea of, like, what I'm doing right now, like, nobody was doing this before, at least not reliably. Like, actually routing rares into your speedrun was just not something that people did. So, this was something that I wanted to take the time to explain, and explain exactly how I routed it out, so that other people could follow through, because if I just said, oh yeah, I did Silverpine and Hillsbrad, a lot of people would be like, well, how did you make that efficient? So by clearly explaining how I did it, then it makes sense to people, and they can follow it. But I mean, with Shadowlands, I can quite literally say, I just did the Covenant questline, and people would be like, okay, yeah, I mean, you have to do it either way. There's literally a very set level of quests. But, that being said, there are actually a few, like, tips and tricks that I could do. There's actually a few, like, little teleport bugs, where if you, like, abandon a quest, it'll always to complete these specific quests at these times. So, I'll basically say, like, complete the book turn-in quest in Bastion while you're doing that part of the quest line, and then before you head to the Temple of Doubt or whatever, go over and do the wanted quest at, like, Aspirant's Rest or whatever that place is called. Stuff like that. So side quest suggestions, little tips and tricks. The more I think about it, the more I actually think that I could fit enough to make, like, an interesting video that would be useful for people, so I'll probably do that. That's neat. I actually... It's rare that I just randomly think of, like, a video idea on the fly that I'm like, huh, that actually could really work. Like, a lot of times I have, like, what I want to do planned out in advance for a while. This is very much one of those, like, it came to me. And I was like, huh, that could work. Cool. I'm also starving. I didn't really eat anything. See, it's a bit of a problematic scenario that I'm currently facing. Because, obviously, I'm, like I said, absolutely starving to the point where I need to make something or I'm gonna go crazy. Or I need to get food. But I could, like, take a 5-minute break, obviously I wouldn't pause the timer. But then obviously, I don't want to sit here and just, you know, there would be dead air, and I don't like that. You know, people would not really want to sit there for 5 minutes and just watch as I have an empty screen pulled up, or well, not an empty screen, but like me AFK. So doing nothing. That would just be boring. But then I'm like, well, I could just like go grab a pint of ice cream, because then I don't actually need to cook anything. But also at the same time, like, ice cream's not really that filling. I mean, it's also not that healthy. So, I can make the argument that, like, I probably shouldn't do that. And I should probably just, like, take the time to go make food. I don't know. I'm surprised all of the rares have respawned already. I guess we were missing Preface the Shadow Spinner, so not all of them, but almost all of them have respawned. And now, I haven't found Lost Son of Arugel yet, I think. I'm pretty sure I haven't found it yet, because I found it on War Mode, and I found it the first time around. But that one also has a much longer respawn time, and I mean, let's be real here, it's also much harder to get. Okay, right, so... Well, thankfully this unbugged this quest, so that's good. I also want to quickly point out, remember when I said that I forgot to get the Darkmoon Fair buff? I still haven't gotten the Darkmoon Fair buff. What am I doing? Oh my god. This is your brain on speedrun. God, I hate this quest. It takes so long. What? It's not one-shotting them, I feel cheated. It's like almost one-shotting them. Alright. Ding dong, the quest is dead. Now, unfortunately, I don't believe the rare mob can spawn. Maybe if I go far enough in here, it'll phase me into the regular area. Probably not, though. And I'm going out this way because now that the quest is complete, what I can do is pick up this rare mob, which is always up because it's in the middle of nowhere. And then I can do the old teleport Hearthstone 1-2. It's always up. Literally never not found this rare. Because I never routed in. Never go for this rare. It's not efficient. I'm only doing this because I've got no fucks to give. But I guess if you've also got no fucks left to give, then, cool. Go out of your way to kill a random rare. Or maybe like 10. In this case. What do I want to get? Well, I need more coffee. For starters. Because I'm starting to just feel my overall, like, energy levels dropping. Yuck. I feel like trash internally right now. Not like in a, oh, I feel bad about myself way. More just like, my body feels black. I'm only level 26. God, I'm very slow. This is gonna be a slow-ass speedrun, huh? Let me check the AH. Maybe there's something useful I can pick up. May not have a lot of gold to my name. Wait, ooh, that's a appearance I don't have.
Many farewells. I have many lucky
What could I
things
buy
you
to
like.
make my run more efficient?
This stuff sells itself.
Man, these things are expensive. Fuck. I figured at least some of the Darkmoon things would be cheap. But, no. They are not. God damn, the Illidan market. Is there even a Moonfang's pelt? Yeah, for 10k. Ooh. Fuck. That's a lot. Mount equipment? Any cheap mount equipment? Saddle chute? Comfortable riders barding? That is going to be good. I do not have the gold for it. But mark my words, that will be useful. I think, honestly, at this stage, I should just save my gold. I need to be able to afford flying when I get there. I was like, oh, hey, maybe what if I get, like, a Darkmoon quest item that I can turn in for experience? But then... yeah, that's, I mean, the problem with this, though, is, like... well, actually, I'm a mage, so it doesn't really matter, because I can teleport straight to Thunderbluff, and then just, like, fly to the Darkmoon Fair entrance. Isn't there supposed to be, huh. Oh, yeah. Today's Sunday. Why did I think it was Saturday? God. What is this run? Oh my god. What am I doing? What the actual fuck? Oh my god. Just to be clear, I am laughing, not crying. Sometimes I want to cry, And I've done something so incredibly stupid, but... right now, all I can do is laugh. Holy shit, I am dumb. What? I forgot what day it was? Before starting my run? Oh my god. We're off to a great start. Oh, this is really setting the tone for the next 12 fucking hours of my life, isn't it? Whew! I don't have the Darkmoon buff. Oh my god. Okay, so remember that thing where I said I'm gonna do it all in 10 hours and I'm gonna do it all in one sitting? Oh, fucking hell. And then I was like, oh yeah. And unless something changes. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Realizing that you're such an idiot that you forgot what day it was, and that you're missing 10% overall experience on your entire speedrun, and you can't recover it because it's fucking over by now. I'll tell you one thing. That's one way to lose absolute motivation to continue your run. It is quite easy. At this point, like, here's the thing. I was going to try to do this all in one sitting because I figured Darkmoon Faire was ending at midnight tonight. Right? So I'm like, well, I need to do this all in one sitting, and then I can sleep, because then Darkmoon Faire will be over. But because I forgot what day it was, at this point, there's no rhyme or reason. I think this is the first time I've ever failed to make it outside of Silverpine Forest in a speedrun. The only other times are when I leveled my Alliance Mage, I was recording that. I gave up recording halfway through because most of it was just me swearing because I kept dying. I would like overpull like crazy and then just get like my face kicked in. So I just kept screaming like expletives nonstop the entire run to the point where I'm just like, fuck it, I'm not putting this on YouTube. Then I did an Alliance Druid run where that one I was really trying for, and I got about 45 minutes in and just completely fucked myself with a major mistake in Red Ridge Mountains. And it was the final day of the Darkmoon Faire buff, so I literally just gave up on the run for an entire month. And then I came back and did the Alliance Druid run that is currently on YouTube. So literally, that run failed so hard, I stopped playing for a month. The other run that I failed wasn't necessarily because of a problem. It was, I was doing a warrior speedrun through alternative zones. I was basically doing like Barrens, Fellwood, like Ashenvale and stuff. That was going to be a run that I was going to post way back when, like in November, when I was currently very busy doing speedruns. And I lost all the footage for that. It got corrupted. But that was more like, I realized, like, I got an error on OBS, like, halfway through, and it told me the footage was fucked. And that's when I was like, oh, this run's dead. As in, like, I'm never going to be able to post this to YouTube. I might as well just give up. So I deleted that character. But yeah, that's what happened to that. There was another character, a few characters that I considered leveling, or I considered doing a run of, but then I just wasn't super happy with it, so I just, like, turned off OBS halfway through and was like, whatever, I'll just level this character. But I do want to document the full journey of this character. This is going to be a bit of a shorter speedrun video. I mean, I guess it's 4 hours, right? It's still pretty fucking long. Who am I kidding? People are going to be like, wow, did he break a world record? 4 hours? That's really short. And then meanwhile, I'm still in fucking Silverpine Forest by the end of it. Oh, fuck. Okay, well. don't even know what I'm going to call this video. Obviously, you know what I'm going to call this video, but I always do this spiel where I'm like, I have no idea what I'm going to title this, blah, 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 blah. Because obviously at the time of recording, I haven't posted the video. But I'll think of something. Either way, this is going to be the end of part 1. It's not really going to change anything. I am going to continue this. Like I said, I am still going to continue this. This may be really bad. But I will finish it. Also, I realize my timer is doing nothing to cover up chat. Well... What else needs to be said? I hope you enjoyed my suffering. I guess. This was a disaster, but, I'm gonna try to turn it around in the next part. Honestly, I don't even know what's been going on with my brain today. Like, it's really late. I think I'm just tired. I probably shouldn't have done another speedrun this late on low sleep, but... Whoa. Head rush. Yeah, I made the stupid decision of doing it, and so I've just been, as you can see throughout this entire run, forgetting what happened over the last few minutes. I'll probably continue doing more research into Arcane Mage. I already know, and I believe know enough that I can level up to 60 properly. In case you're curious, I am going to be going Kyrian, obviously. It's by far the best for Arcane. I'm eager to learn that playstyle, but yeah. I'm actually not sure now how I'm going to divide it up, because, like, normally I would do 10 to 50, or in this case, 1 to 50. And then I would do 50 to 60, but in this case, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Is there any, like, event coming up that I need to worry about, like, potentially skewing things? No. Battleground bonus event, time walking ends. I don't plan on using time walking. Even with the buff, it's not efficient. I do, like, I'm probably going to try to continue this series, like, maybe when I wake up. But the problem is, by the time I wake up, my friends will probably all be ready to do keys. So I probably won't have time to do the rest of this tonight. I don't know. So what I'm thinking right now is, like, I really would like to hit 60 before reset. So maybe I'll try to, like, binge through it all on, like, Monday night before reset. Because I would like to be able to get, like, a full set of daily stuff in. But at the same time, I also still do want to start doing Mythic on my Warrior. And the more time I spend on this, the less time I can spend gearing my Warrior. Right? Like, I want to try arms and potentially, like, get a Mythic raid spot as a DPS. But I don't have a two-hander weapon at the moment. I do have IQD, which is really good. And I have enough Soul Ash to craft Enduring Blow. So that's nice. But I'm also debating on whether or not I actually want to craft Enduring Blow. I mean, this is a whole separate topic. Either way, I'm working on Arms Warrior. I want to try to raid Mythic on that. At the very least, before this day, at some point this week, I want to kill Heroic Sylvanas. I want to get that out of the way, get AOTC done. Bing, bang, boom. Then I can start working on Mythic. But ideally, I want to get Warrior mostly geared. I'd like to get Keystone Mastered tonight because I'm relatively close. And then, worst case scenario, I get it Monday. I fully upgrade a lot of the gear that I have for Mythic Plus. And then at that point, I can, last second, apply to a bunch of guilds. Hopefully get a trial on Tuesday. And then come in and slam and the usual. I mean, honestly, I've never failed a trial. failed a trial. Ironically, I failed trials in like really shit heroic guilds that I join on alts, usually as tanks, because they'll be like, "Oh, you take too much damage," and I'm like, "No, your healers are just fucking dog shit." But okay. But I've never actually failed a mythic trial, I should say. Like if I apply for a mythic guild, I've never actually failed that. It's really just a question of getting your foot in the door. Like, once the interview goes well, and you're like, oh yeah, you can come to this raid. Like, then I can just go in and pump, right? But, that's the hard part. Finding guilds that actually need people. But yeah, I guess that's it for this run. Thanks for watching! I really don't know what else to say. I'm probably going to go lay down and binge watch the rest of Toradora, because I started watching that, and I've got about halfway through, and now I'm hooked. So, yeah. Seems like a good show so far. Anyways, that's going to be the end of part 1 of this series. Stay tuned for part 2, and maybe after I do like 3 or so parts of this, I will hopefully have the Covenant video uploaded. It might be more like 3 parts of this, then the Survival Hunter leveling, and then the Covenant video. As I said in the last one, it's going to take me a bit to work on that, and I don't want to rush it. I want to give it time to breathe. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to cut myself off here because I have a tendency to ramble, as you all know. So, stopping the video, thanks again for watching.